You are watching Call Up for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Saturday night, September 3rd, 2022. I've got a little bit of a new setup today in front of me. You can't see it. Monitor's a little bit higher if I want to look at it. And I just woke up from a nap, so hopefully things will go smoothly. We were told by Catherine Thompson, the author of today's game, and we're playing Cold Case Investigation Unit Case 2, the Unforeseen Murder. We're told that this is the longest and hardest one, so I wanted to make sure I got in my beauty sleep before the episode started. I see we've got a bunch of people in the channel. I've spent the last week or so coding in OBS. OBS is Open Broadcasting Software Studio System. I forget which of those. That's the software that does this live streaming. And I'll put up a video this week of the plugin I've been writing. I was tempted to use it today to zoom in on stuff, but I don't think it's quite... It's ready for production, but I don't want it to crash the system until I've had a chance to test it. All right, anything going on with the chat to catch up with? I see we've got a bunch of people in here today. Let's talk about the case we're going to play while you guys catch up and tell me what movies you've been watching and stuff. Jonathan says, I finally have a guess for the black box on the far right of Jesse's game shelf. Does anyone else want to make any other guesses about the boxes that you see that you don't recognize? Okay, well, Jonathan has guessed that it is the Escape from the Dark Sector collection box. It is Escape from the Dark Castle collector's box, which I picked up at Gen Con, and is full of Escape from the Dark Castle, which is a game that I don't the kind of game I don't normally play solo, but I'm intrigued by the art. Natina says there's an echo in the camera. Is anyone else hearing it? I think I may have the noise suppression on, but it shouldn't result in an echo, but it could be doing something a little bit to the audio. I can try to address that during the next break. All right, while you guys are chatting and filling me in, you can talk about the audio, etc. Other people are hearing the audio, the echo. Okay, let's try a little, let me see if I can turn off the noise suppression and see if it makes a difference. I'm going to turn on the, oh, you mean it's only happening when I'm on the top camera? Ah, okay, I see what it is. I'm gonna fix it right now. Just give me 1 second and I will fix it. Okay. I'm guessing it's fixed now? Good, okay. So this is where it helps to actually have someone in the audience as opposed to just being here by myself, because you guys catch that stuff. I hope it's fixed now. I believe it's fixed because I can see the multiple audios. I was having a little bit of trouble while I was working on my plugin. I've crashed OBS a couple times, and so some of the sources and video got disconnected and had to be recreated. So hopefully we won't encounter any other remnants of that. All right, assuming that's fixed. Here we have Cold Case Investigation Unit Case 2. This one's called the Unforeseen Murder. I believe I got these all from Amazon. There were 3 cases at the time that I purchased these. The website has just announced a case 4 has just been finished, will be on Amazon soon. And we played case 1 last week, and it was a surprise. It was a pleasant surprise. There are this genre of these mystery suspects, cold case type of games. There are a lot of these, and they're put out at a rate by companies that is unsustainable for good quality games. That's how we know. That's why we expect these are. We normally expect these new games to be bad. They're just. It's sort of like we've been looking at games to play in Halloween, and we think we're going to try one of these sort of prop games like Hunt to Kill. We're going to try one from the Deadbolt Mystery Society, and there are just dozens and dozens of them, and it's just impossible to make games of the highest quality at that rate. So whenever you see a new game in this genre, I'm suspicious of it. But we played Case 1 last week, and we were very pleasantly surprised. Now, it wasn't perfect by a long shot. In fact, we had a lot of criticisms at the end of the stream when we read the solution. And I think it's pretty safe to say that during the journey, during the 7 hours we played it, we were very pleasantly surprised and impressed by the writing quality, by the game, by the sort of the granularity, the depth of the clues we really sunk our teeth into. When we got to the end, we weren't nearly as impressed with the actual solution, but along the way we had lots to chew on and talk about. So I think for us here, the journey is more important than the ending solution. We ended up preferring our solution, which was a slight modification of the author's solution. Now, we talked to the author afterwards. They've got a website. Catherine Thompson is the author. Remember, this is the series that was billed as created by a real UK detective, police detective. And I submitted a little form on their website, said, you know, we enjoyed the game. We had some issues, questions about it. And she was nice enough to reply and said she might drop in. So she might drop in. But she also said, warning, Case 2 is the longest and hardest. So we're prepared for a long evening. And our expectations are maybe a little bit higher, but let's try to keep them tamped down. And I do want to talk a little bit about speaking to the author of these games, because that's something that I've been doing a lot more. We've been encountering that quite a bit, and we've had some mixed experiences. And I want to connect that to a recent controversy in the board game content creation world in a second, but let me just catch up with the chat. Noah Waldner says, watched one of the post-mortem cases, Lights, Camera, Murder. It was really good. Yeah, the post-mortem LA series were written by a mystery writer who we uncovered. You can watch my review of that series where I uncover who it really was. But they're coming out with a new game in that series. It's not Postmortem LA, but it's a Postmortem London Gothic. It's more of a supernatural, but it's set in this world. And the author responsible for the first three that were written as better than any other game we've played in this genre, because it turns out it was a real honest-to-God writer who did those. I don't believe he's the primary writer, but he is involved. So we will be playing that fourth case when it comes out. Noah says, do you know about the fourth in the series? That's what I'm just talking about now. Postmortem Gothic. So they are finishing that. There's no doubt about it. And when it comes out, we'll play it. Okay, let me just leave it at that. They did kickstart a 3D pop-up mystery game. I believe it's finished and funded quite well, and it'll be out. It's not the first of that type of game that came out. Last year or so, there was another similar game. They don't appeal to me so much, but they are beautiful to look at. Jonathan Warner said, played the new game Immortality. Didn't really click for me. Felt it went a little bit like Bureau of Investigation Case 5. I could see someone saying I did not do it right, but I still think I have some legit criticisms. Anna says the AV's okay. Blake says, I felt not really clicking with the answer made me more negative than I might be, but I love that they relied on real and thematic clues instead of crazy puzzles. Yeah, we had that, of all of the playthroughs we've done with our criticisms, I feel like that the first case of this might be the one that would be maybe most useful to an author. Just because I kind of got the feel that maybe Catherine Thompson didn't have that much experience playing these kinds of games. So there were a couple things that were sort of against the norm of what you would expect in this game. But it was clear she was a natural talent. And probably saying someone's a natural talent is not the right praise to give to someone. There were some great things about that case, some things that you almost feel like can't be taught. They worked really well. It just needed a couple things that could be improved about the kinds of puzzles that required internet search, whatever. And I will remind you that this one falls into that category of internet is useful at times, but not required. But we found with the first one, kind of was required. So we'll see. We're prepared to use the internet for this one, though. Okay. Matt said something about watching the Alfred Hitchcock directed episodes. I missed that. It scrolled up. I have watched some old... Netflix has some very old... like 1940s black and white mystery series TV shows that I've watched that are quite good. Okay, so I said I wanted to talk a little bit about a recent board game controversy thing that ties into talking to the authors of these games. This would be something that would be better talked about on sort of a channel update, but I'm only doing those once every couple months, so I'll just take the opportunity at the start of these streams to talk about any issues that come up. So if you watch a lot of board game YouTube stuff, you'll notice that there were these swords videos coming out. Has anyone seen any of those in the chat channel? Okay, so what they are is these YouTube, a bunch of the more famous YouTube board game people like Dice Tower and Alex Radcliffe at Board Game Co. and a bunch of other people have made their videos showing them unboxing the package that they got from a company called Chip Theory Games that makes a couple of these higher end board games that are expensive. And in these packages, these reviewers, these board game content creators, board game reviewers, have received a present from this company. It's a sword, metal forged sword, and this deluxe set of dice. It's some fancy thing with the leather scabbarding engraved with the channel's logo, etc. And they're opening it up on camera, talking about how amazing it is, how wonderful it is, how much they love it, etc. And so there's a little bit of a controversy about this. There are a bunch of people saying, hey, this is a little ethically questionable. The fact that these reviewers are getting these gifts from these board game companies specifically because they're about to release a game that's going to be reviewed by these content creators. And then a whole bunch of the content creators coming around saying, come on, guys, lighten up. It's no big deal. Why are people getting upset? Why are you raining on our party? And Jason at Shelf Stories, who does a video series and talks about ethical issues and moral issues, occasionally made a video about it, and a couple of people have made joke videos about it. So I thought, let me give you my little thoughts on this, and then I'll tie it in with some of that. So from my standpoint, it's kind of ugly and distasteful. I don't like it. I think it is ethically questionable. It's not the end of the world. It's not a big scandal, but I do think that people who are reviewing games should not be accepting gifts and payment from board game companies. I think even with best intentions, which I do, I grant these board game content creator people have the best intentions, but it's very hard not to be, at the very best, subconsciously biased about these kinds of things. And I've talked before at length about all of the bad incentives in this space. This idea that you have to be positive and glowing to companies, otherwise you don't get early access to the games. I'm talking about the channels that do get early access to games, and all of the incentives are on the wrong side of the scale, pushing reviewers to be positive about stuff. And I think that's all a terrible thing. And I will remind you here what I've said before. The best thing you can do is become Patreon supporters of people creating content that you like. If you are the direct funder of the channel, then there's a famous saying about if you're not the customer, you're the product. Right now, you're the product of these free YouTube channels. Anyway, the point is, I think you should make an effort to search out the YouTube channels that aren't taking money for this stuff and support them with Patreon so that they have an alternate way of supporting themselves. I don't accept Patreon. I don't accept money from anyone or games from anyone. So that's just your reminder here that all of these games we play, I've purchased myself. I do not receive anything from any game company, producer, writer, etc. And but I don't begrudge anyone trying to make a living off this or trying to get some money. And in fact, you don't want to exclude people who need to do this, who need to make money so that they can do more of it. I suggest you support those people directly. Okay. That's that. I encourage you to watch the Shelf Stories video on the issue if you want to talk more about it. I don't agree with Jason's position on it. His basic position is that the YouTube board game people are closer to influencers than journalists, so they don't have to abide by the standards of journalism. The idea of all of these board game reviewers thinking of themselves as influencers is very disquieting to me. That's a terrible state of affairs if that's it. The influencers are marketers trying to sell you a product. Don't like it, don't want it, don't want to be part of that world. Okay. Sorry to ramble on so much about this. The only connection I want to make to what we're doing here, I've said that I don't accept even free copies of games, all that. But we've now talked to quite a few of the authors, the actual writers of the games we're playing, these mystery games. This tends to be a little niche area that not that many people play these games, so they tend to be more attentive to people playing them. And it can be a little awkward because if I love the game, then I will talk very glowingly about it. And if the author has stopped by the channel, that's fun because you're saying, hey, here are these wonderful parts that I loved about it. But it creates a bit of a problem when the game rubs you the wrong way. And so it's good to remind everyone watching that these are very subjective games, more than most board games. They're very hard to play test. And if I don't like it, if we don't like it, and there's always a kind of groupthink that happens when you play a game together, you all tend to get on the same page. But if we have a negative experience about it, that doesn't mean you'll have a bad experience. Same side of that. If we have a great experience with the game, you might not. And we will try our best to be honest and truthful in our critique of these games, which we do after we play them. And if the author watches and listens, you'll have to develop a thick skin in hearing criticisms. We'll try to be constructive as well. And we'll try to do our best to be honest and talk about the games. Otherwise, what's the point? I'm not here to grow the board game community, and I'm not here to say great things about every game. I'm here to share the experience of playing it with you and give our honest thoughts. All right, no one's talking in the chat. Everyone's tired of me talking around so much. Natina Voga says, your interaction with Gregory Privat made me not want to buy Bureau of Investigation. Well, Bureau of Investigation is our cautionary tale. That was the game. It's on the shelf behind me. It was actually a fascinating game. I made a review of it. I highly recommend that people who are interested in board game design and this space play it. There are some fantastic, very cool, very daring experimental parts about it, but we had some rough waters there where Gregory was very involved when we were playing in the beginning, and it was all great, and then he did not like one of our playthroughs and felt we were unfair, and so things kind of went off the rail. But I'm of the camp that separates the artist as artist and artist as person, so even if Gregory was fine. There's no reason not to buy his game based on our little negative interactions. If the game is intriguing to you, you should seek it out and play it. There's no hard feelings with Gregory at all. So there may be reasons not to play the game separate from that, but no, the author is not a reason not to play the game. Okay, so if there's nothing else in the chat, if the audio is good, let's open this up and talk about it. Now, keep your eye open for my video, which will come out in the next couple days or so, demonstrating my new OBS plugin, and we'll start using it. In fact, that's good. That reminds me to talk about our schedule coming up. So the replies from our play-by-mail game are due to arrive today or tomorrow. I haven't checked the mail yet. So we'll be playing those tomorrow. Our Sherlock Holmes Fellowship of Bones play-by-mail and LA Noir play-by-mail. I think maybe we'll play them early in the afternoon. Not early in the afternoon, after I wake up. So maybe sometime before 11 p.m. tomorrow. So if you are interested in the play-by-mail sessions, keep your eye on the YouTube. I haven't scheduled it yet, but I will. And then I'd like to try playing one of the Sherlock Holmes or Mythos Tale type of games so I can test out the use of my new OBS plugin. All right. Natina says, boy, that is a hard name for me to pronounce. I will get used to it eventually. It's those consonants are in the wrong order. Not the first three letters are in the wrong order for an English speaker. Natina. Okay, anyway, she says, I think Natina, I'm thinking, I just treat it as Nina. I may start just saying Nina. Says, no problem with not wanting the episodes to air early, but to not air the one that you didn't like. I don't think it was fair. Yes, I agree with you. Okay, so anyway, so maybe next week at some time we'll try more of the West End Adventures cases from Sherlock Holmes or a Mythos Tale or something like that. And as we approach Halloween, we'll try to find some scarier games to play. I may, at some point, try to play that long Escape Tales game right there. I played one of the Escape Tales and I really liked it. It's a puzzle-heavy game that's got like a playing time of 400 hours. So if you map that if you multiply that by 3 or so for the time it takes me to play it on channel, you're talking about multiple sessions. And we don't normally do the puzzle games, but I'm sort of got an itch to try one of them. All right, so here's what we'll do since we've taken so long to do this intro. To help people skip ahead to the video when they play this later, if they ever do, we'll take a 5-minute break here and we'll come back and we'll open up this game and get into it. And this will be a good time. If you've got anything else in the chat you want to add, you can add it. Otherwise, I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for 2, and we are playing Case 2 of the Cold Case Investigation Unit, otherwise known as an Unforeseen Murder. I'm gonna try to... I'm catching myself looking at the screen while I'm talking. I've moved it up a bit. I'll try to watch that. All right, let's take a look at what we got. I know I'm just drawing this out, but as a reminder, we are going to read every word on all of these documents. There may be even more than normal here. If you've got a screenshot program, if you want to follow along while playing and be able to look at the documents independently, you should get your screenshot tool ready. Remember, you can only play this game once, then the story's ruined. So if you plan to play this, you should stop watching now. You can go play it and come back and watch this on YouTube afterwards and compare how you did to how we did. All right, let's get started here. Now, what I don't know from Catherine Thompson, the author of this, is whether these were designed in the same order that they're released. So we know this is case 2. There's a date on this, though. Case 1 was from was dated as 2020. So I wonder if Catherine comes by. It would be interesting to know. Catherine seems willing to answer questions and stuff, so maybe that's one question we would have for her, whether these were designed in the order that they were released. To remind you, Catherine Thompson ran events, I believe, as part of her job. She ran sort of team building training exercises where she created cases for the team to solve. And now part of what this company does, in addition to producing these, is still run these events for private groups where they try to solve a mystery and do team building. Actually, the website was quite interesting in describing that the way they do their team building exercises is they have everyone try to solve the case, and then they have the groups, maybe different groups, actually give little talks, little presentations in front of each other describing their theories of the case, which I think is a wonderful idea. You could imagine in a group splitting people up and then not only having them try to solve the case, but actually present their theories to the group, why they think certain thing. It's kind of the way we play these games. We present our argument for what we think happened. Okay. Visit us on Facebook. Okay, here we go. Let's get this out. This does indeed feel like maybe it's a little thicker. This collection of documents might be a little thicker than our previous stack. Okay, detectives, thank you very much for choosing to play my game. If you've already played game 1, thank you and welcome back. You're about to be immersed into the daily life of a detective, following the clues and figuring out who the culprit is. Each piece of evidence should be examined closely, and you are welcome to use any other tools at your disposal in your search for the truth. In other words, internet. Or your personal book, forensic handbook. When you're ready for the answer, you'll find it at www.coldcaseinvestigationunit.com. There are a few clues there as well if you need them. Good luck, and I hope you enjoy this one. In the event you're missing any document, here they are. So let's just take a look at what we got here. Daily Retriever newspaper, 4 photographs, investigation notebook, copy of Jokinda's journal, a flyer, a business card, 33 A4 size documents. This is one of them. And 2 A5 size documents. A4 and A5 are British paper size measurements. If you don't know, the A4, which we're holding, is mostly similar to an American 8.5 by 11, a little narrower, a little taller. Okay. Oh, hello again. I'd say it's nice to see you, but I haven't really got time for chit-chat. Business is booming and I need your help again. I mean, if you want to, that is. So this is a tricky one that happened over a year ago now. It's the murder of a fortune teller who, it turns out, was blackmailing her customers after seeing some dodgy stuff when she did their readings. Seems like they've kind of given away something that we would normally be expected to figure out. Fortune teller was blackmailing people, okay? I've had a very quick look through the file. The husband was interviewed, but I really don't fancy him for it, not this time. The investigators at the time got hold of all the suspects' bank and phone records, but didn't bother noting which records belonged to which suspect. Been annoying, but it's not my problem, it's yours. The key to this is going to be working out which evidence belongs to which suspect and what was their guilty secret. I'm confident that you'll have what you need in here. Anyway, if I spend any more time on this, I might as well just solve it for you. So off you go and just let me know the results so I can get paid. Remember, make sure you're sure before you go and accuse anyone. That's generally good advice to a PI. Okay, so it says one of our key little gimmicks here is going to be figuring out which evidence is for which person. All right, so we've got a newspaper, the Daily Retriever. We'll read this in full at some point. It's got another... I'm trying to remember if the first newspaper from last week was also was still also the Daily Retriever set in this same town. I can't remember, but I do remember it had this similar word search puzzle. Let's come back to some of these. I guess we don't need these anymore. We'll put those out of the way, but we'll come back to these. Let's just take a quick look at what we've got, and then we'll come back and do detailed stuff. Okay, the private journal and thoughts of Jokinda Queenie. No peeking or reading unless you are me, and we all know you're not. This is someone's diary. I wouldn't have minded if you can see this is a computer font. Like, it might be nice if this was more believably a journal rather than a prop, but I can see it's got some code stuff in it. So I don't remember what that code is called. Here we've got Morse code, it looks like. Here we've got something else. Looks like there's binary again, 8-bit binary ASCII. So a little bit of code work in this. Fairly common in this kind of game. Then we've got the notebook of the Briggs investigation people. we had this in our first case as well, sort of notebooks, notes from the cold case, the original investigators. I don't know why it's so small, but we've got a diagram of the crime scene. If you were trying to improve the quality of the game, you might try making these feel a little more realistic. But again, I've also on the record for saying that's not important to me. Okay. So here's a little hints about what the codes we found in there. We saw the binary, the Morse. It looks like the others might be, Pig Latin was the writing of the words. So this is a little, almost like little clues, this detective journal. And then here, I see there's a business card, Matt's Building Services, Eric Matt. It's got what looks like a real phone number. In the past, we have played games where you could actually call the phone number and hear a message, so we might consider that. All right, and we'll come back and look at that more in detail later. Maybe we can separate these. All right, then we've got some photographs. Someone eating some Krispy Kreme donuts. I didn't know they had those in England. So it's like some keys, a phone or wallet. Close up on the keys. Discrete drops. What is this a photo of? I see. Here's our wide shot of the dead fortune teller, probably, and she's holding in her hand the business card. And then there's this, which looks like, I can't tell what it was. I was gonna say, could we see the murderer in here? But obviously this is taken not by the murderer, but probably by the police. So if there's anyone reflected in here, it's gonna be the police photographer. I'm not sure what we're looking at here, though, and there's a close-up as if there is something to see, but I don't see what it is. All right, then we've got a brochure for the traveling circus from Monday the 25th of October for 1 week. We might connect this with the newspaper. Featuring Jokinda the Eye, that's the fortune teller. Here's a little map here. It's a little blurry for me, probably for you too. Entrance, Big Top, Clairvoyant, Jokinda. Boxing contest, Meet the Animals, food court, toilets, fairground rides. A little timetable of daily show times. So the circus closes at midnight. Opens at noon. Remember one of our tips, always look on the back sides. Okay, Friday the 1st of November. Daddy, it's 29 days till my 11th birthday, and as I'm soon to be grown up, I have decided to come live with you on the oil rig. Mummy said we could sleep in a den tonight, but she got really angry at some circus woman. Then she's gone, and without me. Love, Oliver. She got really angry at some circus woman. So this could be from the daughter or son of our murdered woman. And then we've got lots of documents here. Let's see. Okay, so here's this sheet that comes with these kinds of games that come, sheets that come with these types of games. This is where the name mystery suspect genre comes from my naming is, here are the suspects, and then it's helping you do the chart. Normally the chart says like motive, alibi, opportunity. Here you can see that this case is framed in a way that it's suggesting what we should be trying to line up for each person is their guilty secret. Why was she blackmailing them? their telephone number. Maybe that'll help us, or maybe we make an actual phone call to them. What their bank account was, because we have bank account records. So it looks like this is going to be mechanically a little different from some of our other cases. And we're going to try to suspend disbelief. The idea that the cops didn't do a perfect job doesn't require much suspense of disbelief. They're humans. They make mistakes. They get lazy. They have to make compromises. Jonathan says it could have been a crystal ball that she used. That's interesting. Yeah. Not a real journal, just a copy, so it wouldn't make the game more expensive. A crystal ball could be interesting prop. You could ask the solution at the end and it would show you. All right. Let's go back to our thing here. Okay, so from BC4, this is going to be a cop, I believe. The Goblinville Police to Briggs Investigation Services, that's us, 22 November. Sir, I've been sent your request for a case file into the Queenie murder last year. To be honest, there's not an awful lot of it. I attended Abbey Park in the town center at around 6:30 a.m. on Saturday, 2nd November 2019, following a call from a circus staff member, Mohammed Haq, reporting a sudden death at the location. On attending, I spoke with Mo. He showed me to a large wooden summer house type structure. Inside the summer house was the deceased body of an adult female lying face down on the floor. I'm not sure what a summer house is. I checked for a pulse, however there was none, and the female had clearly been dead a while, as she was cold and had a large gash on her forehead. There was congealed blood on her head and face, as well as the ground beneath her head, suggesting that was the location of the murder, not a body dragged there afterwards. Given the injury to this female, I retreated from the room and called for forensics to attend the scene along with CID. I remained on site and began the scene log immediately. Mohammed Haq has identified the female as Jokinda Queenie, fortune teller. He describes his actions within his statement, however, claims not to have touched anything within the room other than the deceased when he checked for a pulse. He confirms that he left her how he had found her. Forensics found a number of interesting items within the caravan which led us to believe Queenie was blackmailing numerous individuals. Efforts to identify these individuals have been problematic due to Queenie recording details of them in a code we have yet to decipher. I've included copies of what's available. We did interview a few potential suspects and did the usual look at their phone records and bank info, but we never really got a picture of what was going on, and then the circus moved on anyway. Okay, so that's framed the case for us here. Here's the statement of Mohammed Haq. I don't know if we should scan through these all first and then read them. Let's do that. Let's just scan through them to get an idea of what we're up against before we start reading them. So we've got a witness statement from Mohammed Haq. Is that how we should do it, or should we do it in order? It's interesting, when we played the crime dossier books, remember, those we do in order. We read them. It's very similar to this in that everything is laid out, but it's important to go in order, and we've talked about how that gives the designer some more control. So I'm sort of two minds about whether these should be done in order. All right, I've changed my mind. Let's do them in order. I've changed my mind. We'll do them in order. I skipped the line about the crystal ball, paragraph 6. Beside the deceased was a glass ball type ornament which also had blood on it. Okay. In fact, let's mark up. Thanks. Thank you, Jonathan. Okay, so there's the crystal ball. Good. Okay. Okay. 6:30 a.m. on Saturday, 2nd November is when he arrives on the scene. A call from Mohammed Haq. So Mohammed Haq calls us. We arrive 6:30 a.m. on Saturday, 2nd November. So if we look at the circus, it hadn't opened yet, but looks like he arrived in the morning. Her body was discovered. Okay. Large gash on her forehead. Doesn't sound like maybe we're not going to need to know the details of how she was murdered so much. We're just looking for someone with good motive. Okay, so Jokinda Queenie. He claims not to have touched anything, whether that's true or not. This police detective seems to think that's worth noting, like he doesn't quite believe him. All right. So here's Mohammed Haq's. Anna says, if you're going to do it in order, we got to read the newspaper. All right, the newspaper is the only exception I'm going to make to this, because the newspaper... I'm gonna make an exception for the newspaper, just because that's a bit of work to read. I think it's actually fun to read the newspaper afterwards, because then we sort of know what we're looking at. So I know I'm going back and forth. We'll figure out a system for this eventually. Okay, witness statement from Mohammed Haq. I guess it's true. I haven't done any of the rest of these in order, though. We haven't done the journal. All right. I do think the newspaper is the one exception, because it's filled with stuff that doesn't seem relevant at the time. So we'll put that aside, but let's do the rest of these in order. Is this the right thing to do? Right, we'll skim it in order. Okay, here's the journals and thoughts of Jokinda Queenie, who's the person who got killed. Monday, 28 October, so a couple days before she was killed. Moving and setting up day back at Goblinville. What an odd little town this is. I'm looking forward to causing some havoc. I still can't believe how rotten the core of this suburban apple is. So many bundles of opportunity for me, and now the payday is here. Letters all posted. And now I'll sit back and wait for the rewards to roll in. So she sent out all her blackmail letters. Okay, 29 October. Busy, busy, busy bee. They have been queuing around the block despite knowing they won't get in. I did let a few extras sneak in as long as they had cash. I wasn't feeling it today at all. Nothing came through. I had to fall back on Tall Dark Stranger and travel plans. Generic stuff when she was telling fortunes. Still, they lapped up every word. Like they always do. How many tall, dark strangers are there in the world? Not that many. Ha ha ha. Wednesday. Where has it gone? I can't see a single thing. Is it this town, or has the eye left me? So it sounds like she actually believes she has fortune-telling abilities. Another day of people, but where were the visions that usually come flying in through the door with them? Am I being punished? This is bad. I'm still going with Tall Dark Stranger, but I can't fill another day in with that tomorrow. Maybe I'll just go with Fair, Short, Vaguely Familiar. They'll still love it. I hope this isn't the last time my side ledger fills up with cash, though. I can't have lost it for long. 31st of October. It's back. Thank God it's back. I've never been more relieved to foresee someone being hit by a bus. Not so great for them, though. I doubt they'll even listen to the warning. They never do, and once it's in the cards, there's nothing that can be done. I'm elated. So she got her fortune-telling ability back. Is it related to that crystal ball? Sadly, the dark cloud upon my day. The dark cloud upon my day. Payments have not yet been made. How tedious. Perhaps a hand-delivered reminder will see them up. I shall send the boy. Oh, she's using her son as the collector or something. Okay, Friday, 1st November. Just one more day in this godforsaken town. I'm going to celebrate by doing some good. I can hardly believe it myself. I'm going to warn one of the flock of Goblin Town what they're getting themselves into. They need to know their tall, dark stranger is not what they seem. It's up to the cards. I do hope they turn up, though. I feel a good turn will restore some balance. Might even return her last payment to her. So she's saying that there's one of her clients that she's going to warn who's got a tall, dark stranger who's not what they seem. And she's going to warn her, so she really is seeing the future, or at least she thinks she is. But I think maybe the game's trying to tell us that she really did have these abilities. We're suspending disbelief that they exist, and that she's saying she's going to do some good, restore some balance for the bad she does by warning this person about a bad thing. Anna says, let's read the newspaper about the scene of the crime. Okay, we'll do that. Friday, 1st November, 9:30 p.m. Ungrateful cow. That's the last time I try to do a good deed. Can't believe she shouted at me. I'm not doing any more tonight, diary. I'm sick of this rotten town and its horrible folks. So she told the people, she told this woman about to watch out, and the woman was ungrateful. Okay, and then I believe we've got her notes, because there we go, Friday, 1st November, and then Saturday, this morning of Saturday the 2nd, she's dead. So this is night before murder. Now, if you're playing these games yourself, you've got a choice about whether to write on these documents. You will only play these games once. But most of these games, there's no reason you have to write in them, and you could give them away to someone for them to enjoy. In the past, I've tried to not mark up the documents. You could just put a little sticker on it and write on it. But lately, I've been saying that I'm not going to give these away for the channel. We'll get maximal enjoyment by writing on it. You will get maximal enjoyment by actually writing on the stuff, as long as you know you're not going to pass it along. So this was the night before the murder, and then she gets killed. And here we have her codes, which we'll look up eventually, because we don't know how to decipher these things by hand. Ledger of Sins, Goblin chapter, that's this town, Goblinville, cost £5,000. So it looks to me like each person she's blackmailing, maybe she's using a different code to keep notes on them. So we'll probably want to look up how to decipher these. So here's another person, she's blackmailing them. Don't know what code that is. Here's someone she's blackmailing Morse code. Here's someone she's blackmailing with an ASCII binary code. Here is Pig Latin. So Ethe, Ice Pray, of Ye, Any Ye, Aferie. So they pray. However you do Pig Latin, I'm trying to remember. You add the A part to it. Okay. That's not really a code, it's just a thing way kids talk. Okay, so before we continue, Anna had a good request about reading at least about our crime. So let's do that. The Daily Retriever, November 2nd. Okay, so day after the murder. Shock as body found murdered at Goblinville Circus. How could this happen in our town? Goblinville has been rocked by news of a murder discovered earlier today at Abbey Park. Police have cordoned off the entire park, much to the upset of local dog walkers. Police have not yet confirmed the identity of the deceased, though it is known around town that it is popular circus member Jokinda Queenie, who was found dead in her cabin on Abbey Park yesterday morning. This says in her cabin. That's the summer house, I guess, is her cabin, according to this. Police have cordoned off the entire park and tell us that the investigation is still in its early stages. The traveling circus, which visits Goblinville every year, is one of our most popular events, drawing crowds from the surrounding towns. Jokinda was a world-renowned fortune teller, having appeared for 6 successful seasons of I Have the Eye, a show where she proved her talents again and again, winning over fans and skeptics alike. Her career hit scandal when she was accused of fraud after researchers found almost 95% of clients were warned they would soon begin suffering a variety of health issues unless they began taking a health supplement from a company owned by Jokinda. Okay, so she was selling health supplements and then recommending people take them. It seems her greed overtook her natural talents. Despite this, her triumphant return to the circus circuit was met with queues around the block for her services. Police made no arrests in relation to Jokinda's death and are appealing for anyone with any information to come forward. This is the 19th murder in our town's history, and the first this decade. Critics of the circus have previously reported crime rates rising when the circus is in town, along with parking disputes. However, statistics do not support their argument. It's a little funny thing about how people always say the circus is bringing crime and parking problems, but it doesn't hold up. We will continue to keep you updated as the story unfolds and urge anyone, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now we've got another same problem we had with the previous newspaper. I'm not sure what's happening, although you could guess that this should be a caption. That's what happened in our last misprint of the last newspaper. It wasn't related to our case, it was just a manufacturing misprint. It looks like maybe they intended for this to be a caption under or attached to the photo, and it gets offset. All right, so we've got an article about the Prime Minister. There's a photo of the cordoned off park. There's a little ad. Want this? Turn to page 4 for our business guide. We're just going to skim through this. We'll come back and read it in full a little bit later. But let's just skim through the paper quickly. Crime Beat, all the latest. So local stories of crime. Organized crime bust. Missing person found. We will read this all before we get too far, but we're just going to skim it for now. Tonight's picks. Going out to staying in. Here's our pick of the best options. Sports, TV, radio. A little word search puzzle, a little spot the difference puzzle. Competition winner. Okay. So we read about the crime of interest of our person, and then we skimmed the rest. We'll go back and read that later. Okay, here's our investigation notebook. John says, I think the capture's on top of the sentence that was continuing our story, so let's just make sure that's not important for us. So, we will continue to keep you updated as this story unfolds and urge anyone with maybe it said like with information to come by our office for a chat. And then the caption is on top of it. Okay, here we go. Investigation notebook. Second of November was our incident. Okay, so there's the scene of the crime, or this dead body. It's in her cabin, in her sitting area, not in her bedroom. It looks like she could have been talking to someone and hit and fell over. Like maybe she was giving someone a reading, right? That's how you would set up to give someone a reading. She's sitting here, crystal ball here, other person is here, gets hit in the head and falls over. Boxing contest winners. This might be in the newspaper. She presented it. Not sure why that's relevant, but these could be 3 people involved somehow. Ciphers. This is just going to be a clue for us to look up what these ciphers are. That seems unnecessary. If we're going to search on the internet for those ciphers to get told how to decrypt them, the least we could do is figure out what the ciphers are called. Some blank pages. Suspects. Okay, again, this is a little bit of a hint to help us know who our subjects will be as we go through. Everything in here is probably unnecessary. Anything stolen from the cabin, motive, burglary, or revenge. So this is just the previous detective was asking a question to himself. Hey, was anything stolen? And was this about burglary or was this about revenge? Intel log. Goblinville burglar Carl Murphy seen visiting discreet drops. Remember we saw keys for discreet drops. Burglar Carl Murphy, seen visiting discreet drops on Short Street. Each visit is within 24 hours of a burglary happening. He posts a package into a drop box in the same row each time. Box is located between numbers 220 to 240. Okay. So a burglar is using this place, discreet drops, to hand off information to someone. Within 24 hours of a burglary, he posts a package, and we saw keys at the crime scene for this company, Discreet Drops. Okay, danger, rat poison. We have no idea why the detective took this photo. And that's it. All right, so there was so this looks like what was on the table where she was murdered. So there's her dead body again. She's holding the business card here for Eric Matt Construction. There's a close-up of her fortune telling. You can actually see now that I hold it this way that there's her body laying out. There's her hand. Doesn't look like there's much else or there's anything else for us to see from this photo. But then this must be on the table that we saw at the outline of the crime scene. So maybe on the table where she was giving the reading are some donuts, keys, glasses, wallet, and a little note. Remember from her diary that she met with someone the night before the murder to warn them. So here's the discreet drops keys. It sounds like the burglar was dropping off stuff for her, possibly. This is the box with every Krispy Kreme purchase you make, ... something. And then, so here we've got a note that says, use something sweet. Something sweet. So I wonder if that rat poison thing suggests to me maybe multiple people were trying to kill her. Is this like one of these Agatha Christie things where someone hit her on the head, but also she was poisoned? Jonathan says, I believe the sphere object is the crystal ball. We agree with that. But then Jonathan says, that was used as the murder weapon. That is a very interesting possibility. Now, we do see, I suppose, that does look like there's blood on it. And in fact, yes, now I can see more clearly that there's actual blood on the crystal wall. Not just reflecting blood, it's on the crystal wall. That's useful. So this does look like it was probably a murder weapon. Or one of two murder weapons at least. Okay, good observation. And we know from her diary she was going to send the boy to collect money. 1st of November, so day before. He's on the oil rig. If we suspect the husband could be involved, we'll want to find out if he's back from the oil rig. Otherwise, we expect him to be out of town. Mommy said we could sleep in a den tonight. She got really angry. I don't know what this den thing is. Is this saying that she doesn't normally sleep in this house we found her in? But she got really angry at some circus woman. This is not the son of the circus woman. This is someone else's son or daughter. This is not, I thought this was the son or daughter of our fortune teller, but no, this is someone saying that his mother got angry at the circus woman. Sounds like the mother is angry at our murder victim. That's how I'm reading that. Natina makes an interesting point that this is really going to be an interesting question that I think it will be worth revisiting if it's true. Natina says, hey, look at that fortune, that the crystal ball. It's not really a crystal ball, is it? It's some metal sphere. And Natina says it looks like it's broken from this little seam here. Maybe broken. And I don't know if I agree it's broken. This looks like blood. But this is one of these things, when you see these props, you say, it's not really a crystal ball. It's some metal device with this seam. And is that, you tend to look at that, and you're sort of, at least I tend to say like, oh, you know, that's just when they filmed it, the object they had, it was not a solid metal, it was made of two parts. But occasionally you get caught out by making such an assumption, and it actually is relevant to your case. So we'll keep an open mind, like, what is this device? Was she using it for something? Was it not the crystal ball? Because it's clearly a reflective thing. It's not a real crystal ball that you can look into. But was it some other device? Okay, there's our diagram of the circus where she was. Nothing jumps out as being too relevant here. All right, and now here we are back to where we left off. There's our sheet. I guess I will put this off to the side. We can use this when we need it. Beside the deceased was a glass ball type ornament, which had blood on it. Glass ball type ornament, okay. Okay, here we are back with statement from Mohammed Haq. His occupation is a circus road crew and general assistant. Circus road crew. A statement true to the best of my knowledge. There he signed it on November 2nd when the body was discovered. My name is Mohammed Haq. I'm an employee of the Traveling Circus, Inc., currently based at Abbey Park, Goblinville. My role involves me helping the circus move from place to place smoothly and the setting up of various temporary buildings. So she was staying in a temporary building, I suppose, for the rest of the circus to live and perform in. Once the circus is set up, I carry out general repairs and anything which needs doing. Today, Saturday, 2nd of November, 2020. That's a misprint. It should be 2019, according to this. What did the paper say? I'm just curious if it's a misprint. This is 2019. Okay, so that's just a little bit of a mistake. That's a mistake. It's a typo, is what I mean. Today, Saturday, November 2nd, 2019, at around 6 a.m., I was walking my dog Betty through the park. I walked through the big top over towards the area where our psychic Jokinda Queenie has her building and stage. I noticed that the door to Jokinda's cabin was open. I found this strange as it is a cold day and we don't usually see much of Jokinda until early afternoon. I went over to the door, called out to her, but didn't get any reply. I knocked loudly on the door frame, but again heard nothing. I know Jokinda is a heavy sleeper, especially if she has had a drink, so I pushed the door fully open and went inside to check on her. I immediately saw Jokinda lying on the floor face down. It looked like there was blood around her head. I knelt down beside her and put my hand on her neck looking for a pulse, but she was stone cold and I couldn't feel anything at all. I could see that she had some kind of injury to her forehead that was bleeding or had been. This made me think someone has done this to her. I got back up, went outside the cabin to call police. I then went to tell the others what had happened. Didn't see anyone hanging around the cabin when I first found Jokinda. When I went inside, I only touched her neck, although I think Betty may have walked through the blood. Betty may have walked through the blood. That's the dog. Betty. I did want to throw out a possibility. Imagine you've got a famous fortune teller who's got a crystal ball she used to tell the future. This is a long shot, but you could imagine if someone stumbled on the body and saw that crystal ball and felt like, is it the crystal ball that's giving her her powers? You could take the crystal ball and replace it with something similar and try to be like, who's going to care and know? And then you'd have the crystal ball. Just an idea. Okay. Next document is a search warrant. Justice of the Peace, authorization of entry to and search of premises at the 712th Non-Judicial District Court. Upon application made by a constable or justice of the peace is satisfied there are reasonable grounds for believing that the offense of murder has been committed, and B, that there is material on premises, contents of Dropbox 274, plus any CCTV footage relating to the victim and potential suspects or activity pertaining to Dropbox 274. Now, in our photo, let's find our photo of the Dropbox key. Do we know from that photo that it was Dropbox 274, or is there additional information that the detective got? So from here, we don't see where they got 274 from. But that's okay, that's normal. We expect that there were cops investigating this case. Something led them to 274. We don't know what. Likely to be of substantial value, whether by itself or together with other material, to the investigation of the offense. The material is likely to be relevant evidence, and that it does not consist of or include items subject to legal privilege, excluded material, or special procedural, and that any of the conditions specified in subsection 3 below applies. A warrant is hereby issued, authorizing a constable to enter and search the premises of Discreet Drop Security Deposit, 12 Long Street. Okay, so here are the officers requesting or performing the search. 6 a.m. on November 9th. Again, this is a typo. Persons present during the search, Stuart Smith. We don't know what's his relation to this. Am I misunderstanding something that I keep seeing that 2020 is a typo? Yeah, it's a typo. Result of search. Dropbox 274 opened and emptied. Contents 16,000 pounds in cash. Wow, that's a lot of cash. CCTV footage dated 29 October. Downloaded to disk. So we've got CCTV footage from 29 October to 3rd of November. So before the murder to after the murder. That's exhibit CJT2. Copy of this notice must be provided to the premises holder. It's a typo. When they designed the game, they might have been unsure what year they would set this in. So this is all set. Okay, so just to clarify this, Disponite says this is September 2020. It's not September. Sorry. Remember, this is in England, so it's day month. So this is November 9th. So a week after the murder, they got the search warrant and they pulled this stuff. So this is November 9th. It says 2020, but it's really a typo and it should be 2019. Okay, so everyone should be on the same, make sure we're on the same page here. This is November 9th, a week after murder. Let's just write it on this one. Week after the murder. Whenever you see 2020, that's a typo. It's really 2019. All right, let's return. Well, Jonathan has picked up something quite interesting. Let's look at this. Jonathan says, the discrete drops mentioned in the detective's notebook said Short Street, not Long Street. So this one is for Long Street, this search warrant. And Jonathan says the detectives investigating made a note about discrete drops on Short Street. So let's just write on here, Short Street versus Long Street. Typo or significant. Also, remember, this is sort of what we talked about, diegetic typos and mistakes. If you watched the last playthroughs, you heard the definition and discussion of diegetic information. Specifically, that term is used for movies and audio. But remember, a detective's making notes. He might have remembered it wrong as Short Street instead of Long Street. So it's possible that it's supposed to be the same place, and yet he's written it down wrong. You would have to wonder why they would go to the wrong address, since the cop presumably is responsible for the search warrant. If he wrote down Short Street, why would he go to this place? All right, what have we got here? All-Star banking service for the discerning professional. It doesn't look like a very professional banking service, but maybe this is a church-related banking service. All right, so what have we got here? We've got someone's bank statements. Need a loan? Call now to hear our preferential rates for loyal customers. All-Star Banking Limited. Registered office, Joan Collins Mansion, 9 Ross Boulevard, London, E23. Registered in the UK. Authorized by Accounting Regulations Authority and regulated by the Financial Conduct Authority. So we've got All-Star Banking. And what have we got? From 31 October, goes until 2nd of November. That's the date the body was found. Incoming deposit of £2,500. A direct debit mortgage payment, £1,000. Cash withdrawal of $2,000. Debit card to Tesco, which is a department store or a grocery store. Direct debit to some communications, maybe a cell phone contract, gas, cash point withdrawal at an ATM, debit card payment at McDonald's, banking transfer, babysitting. She paid someone was paid for babysitting. Reference babysitting, in other words, when they write the check or whatever, they noted babysitting payment. Rusty's Farm Shop and Kitchen, and then another payment for gas. That's a large payment for gas. That suggests maybe a large vehicle. So we're looking for someone with a kid who paid someone for babysitting, someone with a large car, someone who works for the Goblinville Medical Center. That's where their direct deposit payment came in, and someone with a mortgage to pay off. Okay, so lots of clues that should identify whose banking services is. And now cash withdrawal. This sounds like this could be withdrawing money to pay off the blackmailer. All right, here's another bank account. I see how this is going to go. Do we have a balance on this one? No. So this is from a banking company that's trying to look professional, or say not trying to look, that says it's professional but doesn't look professional. Here's one that looks more professional. HSCC Bank dancing on gold since 1978, whatever that means. But look, this person is got a lot of money in the bank, 105,000 pounds. Okay, so they've got a mortgage payment for $1,600, car insurance, shopping at the Tesco grocery store, withdrew $5,000 from the bank. So here's our blackmail money. That person owed $2,000, that person owes $5,000. Remember, in our diary, we saw what looked like the different people and how much they owed. So this person owes $5,000. This person owes $2,000, $2,000, $5,000, $2,000. So this is going to be one of our people that owes $5,000 probably. They filled up in gas, $45, so a smaller car, maybe a cell phone fee, I don't know. Convenience store, Domino's Pizza. A deposit in the bank for $900. Not sure what that's about. Grocery, champagne, ordered from Amazon, $800. Bought $500 of champagne and $800 from Amazon. Okay. What have we got here? Here's discrete drop. All right, let's see what discrete drop looks like, which it's not clear exactly what this is, but it looks like maybe they've subpoenaed bank records from about the discrete drop company to see if there's anything fishy going on here. So here's the customer information, or maybe they voluntarily gave this up. So there's the name, the box number. For some reason, we're told the cop was interested in what box did they get a search warrant for? Box 274. So let's find, here's box 274. Oh, well, now we know why they got the search warrant for this box. That belongs to our victim. So they got a search warrant for the victim's box. It was started only a couple days before she was killed. Paid cash in advance. Key to be returned by November 4th. So very short-term rental. So there's lots of information you might be curious about here. How they paid, because if they paid via direct deposit, we might find that in their bank statement. That would be a good way to lock up to match them. Next payment due. So here you go. You know, if this person pays by direct bank account sometime in November, then maybe we should look at their bank statements to see how much if they paid in November. But it looks like everyone's paying in November. No, here's someone paying in December. So two people in December. So by looking at bank statements, we might be able to identify whose box that is. By looking at the start date, maybe we'll see if they got this box just to... I guess they're not using this box to transfer money. They're just each having their own private safety deposit box. That sounds like what it is now. Um, let's just pause for a moment to appreciate these bank statements and this is part of what caused us to pause when playing the first case was how satisfying these documents were. We've seen games where these documents were formatted in a more elaborate, believable fashion, but this series, Catherine Thompson, seems to have made real effort to make these interesting documents to dig into. And for me, that's been the highlight of these case series, is these granular, meaty documents that really has us spending time with them. It's sort of enjoyable. Jonathan says, remember that the detective note says the burglar is dropping off in a box between 2:20 and 2:40 if it's the same Dropbox station. Each visit, so we know this is on Short Street. So if it's a typo, then this is not going to match up with our discrete drop. And in fact, we should point out, we don't know if this is Short or Long Street, right? We don't know if this is the same. Yes, we do. Yes, we do, because we know that there's Queenie's box that they had the search warrant for. So this is the Long Street discrete drop. So if there are two different Long Streets, this one is for Long Street because that's where they subpoenaed her box number 274. Okay. So if this is the burglar, if this is a typo and it's really supposed to be on Long Street, post the package in a Dropbox in the same row each time, boxes somewhere between 220 and 240. So if we were to believe that this is the same place, then it would be somewhere between this one and this one. So burglar, if they're the same Dropbox, but I have my doubts that they are, because it's so weird to say Long Street, Short Street, so I'm not sure. All right, so we've got some more documents to go through, but it's time for a break. So we'll take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes. I'll see you then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are playing Case 2 of Cold Case Investigation Unit. This is the Unforeseen Murder. Now it's clear what the title of Unforeseen means, because she's the fortune teller. She should have seen it. And we've been looking through bank drop records and dead drop, and I'm going through these records quickly, but we'll return to these and dig deep into them once we have scanned through all, but we're just sort of taking a first pass at these. I think it's also worth pausing for a second on this idea we've been talking about, because it strikes me that it's actually an underused aspect of these games. So we were talking about how the detective's notebook says it's a note about this store, of this Dead Drops, where people have got safety deposit box or are trading information. And we noticed, Jonathan noticed, that in the detective's note, he says Discreet Drops on Short Street. That's the company, Discreet Drops. This should be capitalized, on Short Street. And then we noticed that the document that they did a search warrant on for Discreet Drops was on Long Street. Now, we think that's probably a typo. We found some real typos in the game, because we know this murder happened in 2019, and some of the documents, the official documents, say 2020. But we were talking about the idea that, well, remember, this is meant to be the detective's note journal, so you could imagine... So one possibility is it's not a typo. There are going to be two stores, one on Long Street, one on Short Street. So that's an intriguing possibility we have to have in the back of our mind. The other possibility in our mind is that the game author made a mistake, made a typo, and wrote Short Street in one place and Long Street in another. But then the more intriguing possibility is that our detective, when he was making his notes, was misremembered it as Short Street from Long Street, which is something that you could do. Your mind remembers it was a distance named street, and you think of short and long. And sometimes it's, when we see these kinds of things, it's really that the author made a mistake, but it's fun to think of it as the detective making a mistake in writing it down. And I was thinking that really this is an underused mechanic. Anytime a human is involved in a process of noting information, as a designer of one of these games, you have the opportunity to have that human be imperfect in their recording or recalling of information. So a note could spell someone's name wrong or differently, and then when the players encounter that, they have to say, is this a different person because their name is spelled wrong? Or is it just that my human involved in this wrote it down wrong or recalled it wrong? And I like that idea, and it's fun when that's a question we have to wrestle with. All right, let's get back to our document analysis. Here's the duty records at the police station on 1st of November. So here are police records. It looks like this is a double page. So date and time, 01/11/19 at 15:40. So 1st of November at 3:40 p.m. is what this document is. Okay, so it goes from 1st of November, that's right here, November 1st, 3:40 p.m. And it goes until November 2nd around midnight. That's with these police logs. So we have the logs from November 1st to November 2nd at midnight, the night of the murder. The day of the murder and the night. Okay, so we've got 999 calls. That's equivalent to 911 in America. So a whole bunch of, these are all records of people calling into the police. So we may have to dig down into these. Let's take a look at what they are, how it was called in, a non-emergency or emergency line, who the caller was, sometime with name, sometime refused, what the incident was, what Police officer responded. Here's a dog unit responded to this call about gang of children. And then how it was resolved. So here's a caller reporting our 11-year-old daughter is missing from her bedroom. This could be our child that left that note. That would be a good way to connect that note. You can see a big part of this game is going to be matching evidence to people. So this Lacey Smith could be the candidate of our daughter that wrote this note saying, I want to go live with daddy. It doesn't look like we have the call. Do we have the call about the dead body? And if not, why not? What were we told by Mohammed? So our witness who discovered the body says Saturday around 6 a.m. I was walking my dog. Saturday on the 2nd. So this looks like we don't have police records going to that date. Right? Because it's not November 11th at 6 a.m. This is the night before. That's a little unusual. But okay. So we'll dig more into these. Lacey Smith on Short Street. Lots of people on Short Street. Let's see if are there long streets too? Everything is just Short Street, but we've got a couple people on Short Street. That's interesting. Well, Short Street, yeah, okay. So we have a Short Street. In fact, do we have a map of street names here? No. Maybe the newspaper has some Short Street and Long Street stuff. I don't see any long streets though. All right, and no police records for the actual night of the crime. It's all the day before. Unless I'm misreading that. Okay, here's more financial services. We'll probably organize these documents after we make our first pass. Okay, so EE Communications, this confirms this is our local mobile phone and internet. Home Improvement Superstore. So maybe this is going to turn out to be the person who does construction. He's spending significant money at the construction store, possibly. Or our circus worker who does construction. $5,000 cash withdrawal. There's our blackmail money. Pest control. Someone with access to poison. Also ate at McDonald's. Bought some whiskey. Paid off a mortgage. It's an expensive mortgage. This person's living in a nice house compared to the others. Back to McDonald's again, to the grocery store. They all shop at Tesco and eat at McDonald's. $100 from an ATM and took an Uber on the night of the murder. All right. Lots of fun documents that we're going to have to go through. Okay, someone with an insurance policy started on October 1st, so a month before our murder. Reginald Queenie and Jokinda Queenie, so there's our murder victim. Is she married? Looks like she's married. Age 49, age 52. That's going to be her husband. In the event of death of Reginald, Jokinda Queenie is the sole beneficiary. In the event of death of Jokinda, Reginald Queenie. So, all right. So the husband is due to make some money from the insurance. In the event of death of both parties, donated to Care of Retired Acrobatic Performers charity. So what does this tell us? No kid. No kids. So Jokinda doesn't have any kids. Or she disinherited them, which is not going to be the case. So what's the benefit? £500,000. The accidental death, $750,000. But even if it's a murder, the husband stands to gain £500,000. That's a big motive. Suicide, you don't get any payoff. In case of death, benefit is not payable. The liability of the company should be limited to the basic premium, I see. Okay. So husband, Reginald, has now got a good motive. All right, what have we got here? Okay, we've got some mobile phone records, 2 pages of them. Goodie bag summary, unlimited calls and SMS goodie bag, whatever that means. We've got a phone number. And a phone number. Okay, so these are records from 2 different people. And we've got their text messages running from the night before the murder through the evening of our murder, ending at 11:10 on the evening before the murder. Same thing here. Message coming in. That's disgusting. Creep is asking me out again. I think we've been seen. Call me. I'll be with you in 10 minutes. Incoming. How are you coming back to finish? I also need to ask if you've seen my engagement ring. It might have dropped something behind something. An actual phone call. Can we meet tonight, sir? And outgoing love. Dealing with burst pipes here. Big mess. I'm going to be late. I'm still at the hospital. Is the incoming. So this is a couple talking. One works at the hospital, one works with pipes. Only if you pay for a hotel. I'm far too old for the back seat. Is the incoming message. That's the plumber. No, the outgoing is the plumber. The incoming is the hospital woman. So the hospital person says, I'm still working at the hospital, but I'm too old for the back seat. I'll pick you up when you're done. Pick me up. So this person who's writing is the plumber, or working in plumbing. He's got a car. The person who's working at the hospital doesn't seem to have a car, or at least didn't drive to work. Now let's see if this isn't the other. Yes, this is the other side of the conversation. Because here's the outgoing, I'm still at the hospital, whereas incoming, still at the hospital. So these are the pair of people talking. So the outgoing here, I'm running late, no problem, still at the hospital. But the person at the hospital is saying, you've received a donation to your Just Giving fund. Your appointment at 1 p.m. with Ashley for massage and scalp treatment when you're free. You've received a donation to your Just Giving fund. She's getting lots of payments from the Just Giving fund. I wonder if that's some sort of scam going on, like, or some way she's getting paid off. Deluxe booking, double night, double room. Interesting. Pest control could relate to the rat poison note. Are we talking about, I don't know what document we're talking about with the pest control, but yes, the insurance was a month old. Where was the pest control comment? Pest control could relate. I'm not remembering where we saw pest control. Oh, here, pest control, yes. Financial payments, yes. All right, let's continue on here. So we've got conversation between two people. We've got their text messages. They're romantically involved, but they have to buy a hotel room that suggests they're having an affair, right, of some sort. What have we got here? Some Facebook printout. All right, let's take a look at this. Goblinville, 6 hours ago. I've seen it all now. Last night my driveway gets blocked by a gray Corsa. You know who you are, AB. So she's written down, someone's posting about a gray Corsa in her driveway that blocked her driveway with the license plate. Wasn't too fussed, but it's still there an hour later, so I thought I'd pop and have a look, only to disturb a middle-aged man entertaining a lady in the back seat. So we know this isn't that couple because they're too old to make out in a car. So this is a different couple, probably folks from the circus. No shame whatsoever, and they didn't even leave after I'd caught them. Robert Willis says pictures or it didn't happen. Pete Smith says, here you go. This is 10:13 p.m. Friday at Fernley Road. Video of him catching these people having sex in a car. Okay. Following up at the same basic time, 6 hours. Well, he's been there 3 years already, and I finally spotted our resident millionaire, Gary Ramsey. Sadly for me, he was buying the last 3 Krispy Kreme donuts. Remember, we found the Krispy Kreme box at the fortune teller's house. My pregnant missus hates you, Gary. She was desperate for them donuts. Desperate. Also, Tesco, every little doesn't help when you run out of precious donuts at 4:30 p.m. on a Friday. The humor touches in these games are pretty good. So this sounds like things that people would post. She's like, Tesco, come on, you've run out of donuts early in the day. Keith Wiggum replies and says, a devastating scene of missing donuts, of empty donuts. Okay. Huge thanks to Royston Police. They caught some scumbags red-handed burgling my house last night. They got to me in minutes, and even better, the police dog gave the burglars a good biting. Well, you will remember in our police records, we can track that down. We can match these up. So I believe we have a police call related to this. This would tell us who this person is, right? Like, just, we're wondering who Spotted is. Although we think it's Pete Smith, because this might be a different person. But from our police records of where the dog was sent, I remember we saw the dog unit, burglary happening right now. She can hear people breaking in. So we can match up who these identities of these people are by this police call. Ryan says, quite amazing. They got the burglars. Okay, quite amazing what this town coming to. Murders, burglaries, and let's not forget the shaggers blocking Pete's driveway. Did they take much? They made a whole mess getting in and searching. Don't think they took much, though. Should keep the town for us locals. Lucy Ryan, who I think we have a record of somewhere, says, well, technically I'm just outside of town on the Queen's estate, but yeah, it's pretty shocking. Fingers crossed the insurance pays up. And if any of you robbers are reading this, I'm getting CCTV and a huge dog. Pretty Patel says, oh my God, I only just found out about this. We were at the circus last night and saw the fight between her and that Annie woman from the GP surgery in town. Do the police know about it? Maybe it was her or someone else unhappy with their reading. This is someone replying a day ago and I think they're replying about the murder of our fortune teller. She's saying, we were there last night and saw the fight between her and Annie, woman from the GP. I think it looks like they added the word surgery because maybe if you weren't in UK, you wouldn't know GP is hospital, I believe, general practitioners or something. So it sounds like our fortune teller, this person spotted getting into a fight with Annie. So glad I managed to see her. I queued up for an hour, worried she'd close up after that stupid woman kicked off. So this is again another reference to a fight they got in. Seriously, is it always about you, Sherry? I love the humor. This Catherine Thompson, who's the author of this, has got quite a sense of humor. So here's Sherry posting, so glad I managed to see her before she died, right? She's saying, so glad I managed to see her. I queued up for an hour. And this person's replying saying, seriously, Sherry, is it always about you? This person got murdered. And you're thinking about yourself. Sherry says, no, John, that's not what I'm saying. She was amazing, and I've been a fan for years, and I'm glad I got a reading from her is all. No need to be nasty. And then Maddie is replying, no way, what time did she get killed? No joke, I was stood by the boxing game waiting to see if anyone was going to beat my score, and I'm sure I heard a scream from that funny little hut. So this person is saying, hey, I was there. Must have been there when it was happening, when the murder happened, and I heard a scream. Someone even joked that it was someone not liking the sound of their future. Anyway, happy to report that despite a last-minute effort from the Navy restaurant gang, I still won. Bit underhand sneaking in at the last minute, boys. So there's some gambling prediction thing. These people tried to win it, but she still won. So you just want us to know you won the boxing, right, Maddie? Well done, soldier. On a more important note, do we even know how she was killed? The police should be telling us more. Maggie says, did anyone get a reading from her last night? I went about 10-ish, but there was a jumped-up policeman told me she's on a break. Why are they managing circus cues anyway? So actually, this is a fun phrase, jumped up. Has anyone heard that expression before? I guess if you're from England, you may know that expression. But that's not an expression you hear in America. And I'm curious if people know what jumped up means. And that's especially phrased like this. This is a common way you would phrase it. A jumped up policeman. I remember hearing that on some debate that's on YouTube, someone complaining that the other speaker was some jumped up something. It's an insult saying people are sort of, as I understand it, you're either pretending to be this person, like above your station, like if this was a circus security person who's a jumped up policeman trying to act like they're a superior than they really are, pretending to be something they're not. Why are they managing circus cues anyway, says Maggie T. Desmond Tibbs says, he should have paid more attention then, shouldn't he? In other words, he should have been being security, and if he thought he was a policeman, he should have been paying attention and stopped this murder. And Pretty Patel says, bunch of damn idiots. Del Smith says, but what if you're just about to meet one, Sue? Did she give a time frame? But what if you're just about to meet one, Sue? Where is Sue talking? I don't really care, Del. I like bonds. It's, it seems like these are put together conversations where there are gaps. So I believe this is like a different conversation. So we have this snippet that says, what if you're just about to meet one, Sue? Did she give a time frame? And Sue says, I don't really care, Del. I like bonds. So this is a conversation. And this whole conversation about the murder is separate. And then I'm just trying to mark where we've got different conversations. And then this is a separate conversation. So here's a conversation about the robberies. So there's a new conversation here. So we've got a conversation about robberies, a partial conversation about the fortune teller getting killed, and then a partial conversation about someone else hooking up. And this is the conversation about the people having sex in the car. And then this is just a conversation about the Krispy Kreme donuts being run out. Again, this is exactly what we were saying before about how dense and involving, intriguing, interesting these documents are that the author of this game has created. These are rich with information that we're going to have to look through to identify who's who. This may be one of the rare games where we actually make good use of something like this. Natina says, is she the one who got drunk on the previous call? We're going to have to dig into these things. I'm not paying that much attention to trying to match up people yet. I'm just going through these. Got quite a bit more to go through. You can see why the author, Catherine Thompson, said this might be the longest one, so dig in. I mean, settle in for a long night. Okay, here we have another banking records. We're going to organize these. After we make our fast through, we'll put all the bank records in one place, all the phone logs in another place, etc. Okay, so here's another bank account. There's the account number. What have we got here? So $8,000 for road works. That looks like maybe a construction person. Cash withdrawal, $2,000. So that may be our blackmail payment. Total balance, $8,000. So they're not rich here. Pawnbroking of a ring. We heard about someone missing an engagement ring. Looks like someone found it and pawned it. Casino. So this person gambles a lot. Payment at a store for $7,000. What did they buy at the store? $7,000 right on the night, the day of the murder. They bought something for $7,000. Wow. Okay, gift gaff. This so maybe one of these people is our involved in that text exchange. Maybe this is going to be the construction store. They're buying construction equipment. Possibly. Here they are buying liquor. And here they are at the next morning having breakfast. I think this is going to be our one side of that text exchange. And there they are eating breakfast after their hotel room. Stacy says boxing contest prizes given 11 p.m. right near the time of death. That makes complete sense with this message saying I heard someone scream, so that gives us a time of death. That's great. That's a very good observation. We that's the first time we found a time of death estimate. That's a good observation, Stacy. We'll want to put together a timeline in it eventually. Here's another banking statement. Deposit made, just giving, just giving, just giving. These are payments. This, I'm guessing this is the fortune teller's way of getting paid, maybe? Someone's doing to this. Oh, this is going to be just giving, I guess. Someone's getting paid by running this charity, the Just Giving charity. We'll have to look, see if we can't find more explanations of what this charity is. We saw that one of the text messages is getting these deposits, but they're big amounts. Like someone's paying off people for something. Blake says, were the phone messages about the hotel too old for the car from a different person than the wife? It's got to be mistress, otherwise they wouldn't need a hotel room. We'll come back to all that. Again, we're going to make our first pass through the documents quickly, and then we'll go down and start to match up who's who. Okay, so then they went to the bar, spent $45 at the bar, and then an hour later, this is the night of the murder, $62. So they're spending a lot of money at the bar. At the spa, several $100. Balance, $2,500. No, not that much money in the bank. Not just for girls. Pink PLC, not just for girls. So this is probably a woman. She's at the spa, so again, probably a woman. So if we look at our text messages, yeah, here's the person who's still working at the hospital, right? Who's hooking up at the hotel room. She booked a deluxe hotel room and dinner and welcome drinks, and you've received a donation. So, although I don't know why the donation wouldn't show up, this donation wouldn't show up, but what about these donations? 31st. So this is deposits from Just Giving. And here are text messages about Just Giving donations. The times don't quite match up though, but you could imagine the messages might be delayed. So she gets she gets donation, one on 31st, one on the 1st, and then another one on the 1st. And here we've got 3 deposits. So probably they're matching up, but the text messages are not aligning perfectly with the bank deposits, but that wouldn't be too crazy. All right, we'll come back to this later. Here's a cell phone itemized bill. We've got 3 of them. Let's see if they're from different accounts. They are from all 3 different accounts, different phone numbers. All right, let's see, we got more text messages. Okay, so it sounds like maybe they're different people use different cell phone, 2 different cell phone companies. We have GiftGaff and then we've got Double E. So here are the people who have Double E cell phone, which we have records, bank records, to see who has Double E and who has GiftGaff, so we can write that down. So this person is getting a message about, I want to ask if you'd like to have dinner sometime. You think you're too good for me? Seriously, take a look in the mirror. I was doing you a favor. Okay, and then this person, so this is connecting with that other phone log we saw. This time the outgoing message is, that disgusting creep is asking me out again. So someone's asking her out. She's sending to our guy she wants to hook up with, saying the disgusting creep's asking me out. The creep is writing, you're with him, you're sadder than I thought, a married man. Okay, this is the affair. So this is the other end of that conversation. Incoming, can we meet? Outgoing, only if you'll pay for hotel. I'm too old for the back seat. So we're seeing the other side of that conversation. And then, so here's the destination number, so we can see when these are different people. Can you come and sit with Ollie? I've got an emergency call out. So this is our hospital woman. And then pick me up is the person she's saying. Okay, so that's, we can match this up with the conversation she's having. Okay, here's a very different phone records. This is getting an alert about an alarm. False alarm, premises have been checked and are secure. This is going to be the security company calling. then a short call, and then how are you coming to the site today? Got query regarding the paint colors. This is the construction person or something like that. Be there soon. Hi boss, we meeting tonight. Front gates at the circus, 7 p.m. Tell the team. Where'd you go? We're heading to the pub if you're still around. Outgoing, sorry, wasn't in the party mood, so I slipped off. Okay. Incoming, forgot to give you the builder's card. It's in your locker. Wanted to ask if you'd like dinner sometime. You think you're too good for me? Oh, here's the creep. The creep is sending the message, hey, wanted to ask you to dinner, and then shortly after, actually it's at the end of the night. So the do you want to go to dinner is at 11 a.m. and then by 8 p.m. he's infuriated. You think you're too good for me. Take a look in the mirror. I was doing you a favor. Then you're with him. You're sadder than I thought, a married man. So that confirms the affair. This guy's the creep. Second night short at shop. So this is a person who owns a shop. He's getting a message from one of his employees or something saying we were short of workers at the shop. Outgoing, he's saying I checked. There were no cameras running for some break-in, possibly. And then incoming, where you at? Control are calling for you. You okay? Don't know what that's about. Okay. And now we've got some police interviews, a bunch. It looks like we've got police interviews from all of our suspects. So Sunday, 3rd of November. So they're interviewed on different days. Okay, Reginald, here's the husband of our murdered fortune teller. Reginald attended the police station asking for an update into the investigation. Whilst present, he agreed to be voluntarily interviewed. States he knows nothing about discrete drops or why Jolanda would have rented a box here. So Jolanda... This looks like a typo, or just this could be a diegetic typo, right? This could be the police reporter's written down Jolanda, but he really meant to write down Jokinda. Doesn't know why Jokinda would have rented a box there. States they've lived mostly separate lives, but remain married. There's no real reason to divorce. Doesn't know anyone who would harm her. States he was at the circus all day on Friday, so he was in town at the circus where she... was all day on Friday, either presenting events or making sure everything was running smoothly. States he saw Jokinda a couple times during the day, taking wood to her hut for the wood burner. Then drinks later in the afternoon, which he would leave in the entrance if she was busy doing a reading. So she's a drinker, he would leave her drinks in the entrance. Recalls her thanking him for the donuts when he last popped over to give her a gin and tonic around 8:30 p.m. States he didn't tell her they were not from him. No reason other than happy to take the credit for the gift. That's interesting. Not from him. So he was bringing her some donuts. I think we might have we have a multiple murder thing here where one person tried to poison her and one person hit her. States that they have life insurance policy with each other as beneficiary on Jokinda's insistence, and she is worth more to him alive due to her popularity and the business it brings to the circus. So this guy must run the circus. He's trying to say, yeah, I'm getting a lot of money from the insurance, but I would have rather had her alive and made money on her that way. At 11 p.m. every night, he presents the prize money for the boxing contest. So he's the presenter. If that's true, he would have been there. He doesn't believe he's missed the prize giving in 23 years. And the person who was at the boxing contest prize money heard a scream. So I think that's his alibi. That's a pretty good alibi. And that's a weird thing to lie about, because someone would verify that he wasn't there if he's lying about it. Handwriting sample refused. Reason cannot read or write. Look at this. Please handwrite the following. You deserve something sweet. That's because the note on the table where she was found dead said you deserve something sweet. So the cops are preparing in each interview to ask everyone to write that note out. Very smart, very clever. Noah Waldner says, didn't one of the bank's documents mention an AA mobile bill? You might be able to narrow it down. Yet in EE mobile bill, not AA. But yes, we will. There's a lot to narrow down. There's a lot of ways to connect people with different things that we're going to have to spend some time doing. Okay, this guy can't read or write, so no handwriting. Okay, so actually, let's write here. This is the husband. Okay, next person interviewed was interviewed on the 9th of November, a week after the crime. This is Annie. We've heard mention of her getting into a fight with our fortune teller. Annie attended voluntarily and provided the following account. States she can't recall going into the discreet drop stores last week, but is in and around town all the time, so she may appear on the CCTV. Does not know anyone with a box there and states she has no reason to go in. Denies posting anything into box 274. Remember, if you're being blackmailed, you probably wouldn't want to admit all that, but okay. States on Friday, 1st of November, she spent most of the day working at Goblin's Medical Center. Ah, that's GM, Goblin's Medical Center. That's our GM. Where she is a GP, a general practitioner. So this sounds like our hospital woman. Her last appointment ended at 4 p.m. She drove directly home shortly after, where she lives alone with her 10-year-old son. Okay, so maybe this isn't the woman we're thinking. Oh, married man. Yeah, married man. The man is married. She's not married. Okay. She lives alone with her 10-year-old son. States she and her son went to the circus on Abbey Park, where they went on various rides together before returning home at around 8 p.m., where they remained for the night. Denies seeing Jolanda. I don't know why sometimes they're writing Jolanda. Jolanda Queenie at any time. States she wanted to have a reading done, however, she didn't want a cue. Denies seeing sending Queenie any note or food products. States she had a reading done by Queenie last year and wanted to have an update reading, but planned to go back the next day as her son was complaining about being cold. No information to offer in relation to the murder. Here's her handwriting, which we will eventually want to maybe compare handwritings, but we'll do that later. And then here's her signature about when she filed it. So we don't know if Annie is the person mentioned in the diary about the fortune teller wanting her to tell the truth, but we think this may be the woman exchanging text messages about the affair, although in this case she is driving home and she's denying that she met up with someone for the affair. But maybe that's what you would do. Next person is Eric Matt. He's the building business card guy. So we know who that is. He's interviewed a week after the murder. Eric attended voluntarily and provided the following account. Admits being in discreet drop store on Wednesday, 30th of October. States he found an envelope on the floor outside with the number 274 written on it. He went into discreet drops to post it in the relevant box. Doesn't know what was in the envelope and was just being a good citizen. Maintained the story despite CCTV showing him walking along the street and into the store without picking anything up. So, he's paying blackmail, and he just can't admit it. So he was posting his blackmail payment to 274, and now we've just got confirmation. This is how the people are paying the blackmail. They're putting in an envelope, putting it into her Dropbox. Friday, 1st November, states he spent the morning finishing off a building project on East Park Road. That will help us lock down with the phone records. He then returned home around lunchtime to take his wife to the hospital where she receives chemotherapy treatment at 1 p.m. His wife. He dropped her off. She doesn't like him to go in with her. He then went back to East Park Road until around 6 p.m. when he finished work and went alone to the Park Tavern. States he left there around 9:30 and drove to the Phoenix Cinema where he went alone to a late special showing of Star Wars. Or was he meeting up for an affair with the woman who works at the hospital that he met while taking his wife to her treatments? That's pretty messed up. Denies sending Queenie any note or food products. States he had a reading done by Queenie when the circus last passed through town in 2018. Remember, that's how she blackmailed people. She met them last time. Along with his wife, Michelle, who was a fan of Queenie's TV show. There's no information to offer in relation to the murder of Queenie. There's his signature. Boy, that kind of looks closer to our... That kind of looks a little bit, or maybe not. I don't know. We'll work that out later. Okay, and the wife also had a reading, so maybe the wife was the person that in Jacinda's diary she was saying, I want to warn her about this guy. Okay, and let's make a note that we've got their statement they've handwritten here to compare, but they've also signed it here. So we might want to consider looking this and this to see if they try to disguise their writing. Blake says, confirmed the mom didn't sleep in den with him. Also sent text to the married man. She signed up for the hotel and the Uber. All right. Next person is Gareth Picayune. We don't know who that is, except we've got some phone records or finance records possibly from him. Let's see who he is. Gareth attended voluntarily, having rearranged 2 previous attempts to obtain his account. So, having rearranged 2 previous attempts. So he's reluctant to speak to the police. Refuses to provide any information regarding discrete drops, stating it is not relevant to the murder investigation. States he cannot recall his movements during the day of Friday the 1st November. His shift pattern shows he was working a late shift from 3 p.m. that date. States he worked alone, responding to emergency calls throughout the shift, using the call sign Charlie November 47, CN47. This sounds like this might be a cop. Does not recall any jobs requiring him to attend Abbey Park. So he says he was working a late shift at the time of the murder, and we may be able to find on the police records where that he actually was on call, on a call out. That would give him an alibi. Recalls being at the scene of a burglary. Yeah, here's one of our cops. He was on the scene of a burglary at 11 p.m., which was his last call before returning to the station. If we have locked down the murder due to that scream at around 11, that would give him a good alibi. So this is going to be a cop. Denies seeing Jolanda Queenie on Friday 1st. States he had his fortune told as part of a shift night out at some point a year ago. Again, this is how she blackmailed people. She met him a year ago. At the same circus, cannot recall who the reader was. States he just went along with it for fun and can't recall anything other than that. So she gives a reading to people. She finds out that they're doing something bad and then blackmails them and comes back a year later to collect on the blackmail. Denies sending her food products. Has no information to offer. Here's his handwriting. You deserve something sweet. And he writes it. Very neat handwriting. Remember, it looks like to solve this case, we should be trying to find out not just who did it, but what each of them was their dirty secret that she was blackmailing them. Okay, next up. Gary Ramsey. Gary attended voluntarily and provided the following account. Denies going into discrete drop at any time. Denies the male on the CTV is him. So we caught him going into Dead drops, discreet drops, so we might be able to find him. He says he didn't post anything to her box. States on 1st of November, he spent the day at his restaurant. So he owns a restaurant on Walter Lane, monitoring the final touches to a refurbishment. So he had hired a builder to do a refurbishment. 3 p.m., he popped to Tesco to pick up a few bits. Could these be the donuts? 3 p.m., we have timeline of when the donuts ran out, etc. Walked around town for half an hour to get some fresh air, then went back to, or did he spend time poisoning the donuts? Cannot recall what the route he took or if he saw anyone. 7 p.m. he met with staff from his restaurant and they all went to the circus. Okay, at 7 p.m. they go to the circus. States that there were around 15 in the group and they generally stayed together going on rides as a treat in advance of what he believes will be an extremely busy reopening of the restaurant. States he remained in the group till they all went home around midnight. Well, that's good alibi if everyone can say you're there till midnight, unless you poison the donuts, in which case you don't have to be there at the time of the murder. Denies seeing Joaquin Queenie, states he had a reading done last year as a publicity stunt and wishes he hadn't bothered as it was a waste of his time. Yeah, and she got blackmail information. Says he didn't send her anything, and there's his handwriting. Consistent, a bit messy. So Gary, he's the restaurateur. That guy's the cop. This is the building business guy, and this is the hospital worker woman. Okay. Next up, I think we'll finish this one, this statement, then we'll take a little break before we go into police reports. Michael Matt, this is the brother of Builder. Let's see what he does. I'm assuming it's the brother. Oh, it's Michelle. Sorry, Michelle. This is the wife of the Builder. Ah, yes, this is the wife of the Builder. This is the woman who's going for chemotherapy, and he's going to be the cheating husband. Michelle attended voluntarily provide the following account. States she has an account at Discreet Drops. She has an account at Discreet Drops. Ah, for people to donate to her Just Giving fund. Fundraising effort. She's raising money for a trip to the USA for a new cancer treatment. So she's the person getting the Just Giving donations, and now we know presumably why. It's to fund her trip. We saw donations into that account that were hundreds of dollars, though. All right. States she cannot recall exactly. She does visit quite often, so she may well have been in the store last week. She's saying, I have a reason to be in Discreet Drops. I don't remember if I was there during that day, but I have an account there. Denies posting anything to the box, despite CCTV appearing to show her doing just that. So she was paying off some blackmail, even though she says she wasn't. On Friday, November, she woke up late, spent the morning getting herself ready to go to the hospital for treatment. She met with her husband, who dropped her to the hospital, where she remained for 4 hours before going back home. She thought she might have to stay at the hospital overnight, but in the end, she was allowed home, where she went straight to bed, where she remained until the following day. No witness, as her husband was working late. Yeah, working late. Denies going to Abbey Park or seeing Joanne DeQueenie. Denies sending her food. States she had a reading done by Queenie last year, wanted to go again, but has been feeling too unwell. There's the note. You deserve something sweet, and then signed it M. Mate in a weird way. I don't know why she signed it like above the line. Don't know what that means, but okay. Okay, so we know a little bit more about the people in the text messages. Okay, autopsy report. All right, let's read the autopsy report And then we've got statements. Then we've got summaries on all these persons of interest. All right, maybe we will go through. Let's take a, shall we take a little break? Yeah, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll continue our last pass through the documents. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. I can see I've been looking up to the new monitor a little high. Hopefully I'll get used to this new position of the monitor. All right, we've got a couple more documents to go through, then we'll go back and read the newspaper, and then we can actually get started at the heart of this case. So we've got an autopsy report here. Jokinda Susan Queenie, Susan is her middle name, identified by Mohammed Haq. Next of kin Reginald, 45 years old, blonde hair. That's could be important because it's mentioned in one of the text messages about someone seeing someone with blonde hair. Deceased likely died during a head injury. According to the reported information, the decedent is a 45-year-old white female with a history of alcohol abuse. She was a drinker. We know she was having alcohol delivered to her regularly. The decedent was last seen alive on Friday, 1st of November 2019, between 2010 and 2030. So that's 8 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. By her husband, last person to see her. The decedent was a fortune teller with a popular traveling circus. She held readings by appointment or call-in at her cabin, which was also her accommodation. Next of kin Reginald Queenie last saw the decedent between 8 and 8:30 p.m. when he dropped a G&T, gin and tonic, at her cabin. Hearing her speaking to a client, he placed it in the porchway, heard her shout to thank him for that, and the donuts, which he brought, and claims they're gifts from someone else, but he didn't say anything about it because he wanted to take credit. At approximately 0600 hours, 6 a.m. the following day, the witness, Mohammed Haq, found the cabin door ajar and went inside to check on the decedent, finding her lying face down on the floor. Hawk called 999 at 0600 hours. Police and paramedics arrived at 6:13, determined death at 6:16. This could be similar to our other case. Did someone poison her and then hit her on the head to make it look like it wasn't poisoning? It doesn't really make sense. The cabin is located in the south side of Abbey Park. The south side consists of two-room wooden structure. The first room being a public space set with 2 chairs, table, and console table, and a desk where the decedent met clients. Behind a full-length screen is the sleeping quarters. The decedent was found lying in the middle of the room, face down. She had sustained an impact wound to the right forehead, which caused a fracture to her skull. The decedent had bled from her head wound onto the floor, and beside her was a heavy glass ball-type structure. This has traces of blood and hair on it. So here's an autopsy diagram. Let's get a close-up of that if we can. What does it say? Impact wound fixed. Don't know what that means. That's some term of art. Rigor mortis. This looks like measurements. I'm not sure. Intact, is that what this is saying? I'm not sure. Use scale to describe intensity of rigor mortis. 2+. I think this is saying how strong the rigor mortis is in each of these limbs. Yeah, this all seems to be rigor mortis has set in to help us pinpoint time of death. Maybe. Shade diagrams to illustrate the location of liver mortis. Describe intensity of coloration and whether liver mortis is permanent or blanches under pressure. So they've shaded a couple areas. I think this would just be to help us note time of death, but here it's going to go into it a little bit more. The decedent suffered a blow to the left side of her forehead, which fractured her skull and caused a fatal hematoma. I find it likely that the decedent lost and never regained consciousness following the impact to her head. There are no other apparent injuries other than bruising consistent with a fall to the floor. Bruising consistent with a fall to the floor around her right hip and right shoulder. This would tell us that she fell from sitting down at that chair, maybe. Right. Let's see. Where's our scene of... I guess it's not a photo of it. It's a diagram. No defensive wounds. Time of death. Rigor mortis, liver mortis, and liver temperature combined with witness testimony suggest a time of death between 10 p.m. and 11 p.m. Time of death, 10 to 11 p.m. I consider it likely the decedent was assaulted by an assailant positioned directly in front of her at close range. Okay, let's look at this for a second. So it makes sense she was sitting here, right? And then she fell and hit her hip on the table. She was probably giving someone a reading, right? The blow is to the right side of the head. The coroner thinks she was probably hit by someone directly in front of her. Now think about that for a second. If she's sitting here, and here's her head, right? She's wounded on the left side, facing the front. So if she's facing the front, the wound is here, right? So she's facing this way. So that wound is over here. The person sitting here would have struck her like this, That would make them right-handed. That's how I read it, right? The way you hit someone here, if you're sitting here, is right-handed. Not that that seems relevant to us. We haven't heard about anyone being left-handed or right-handed. Natina points out that the diagram shows she's hit on her left forehead, but that the text says right forehead. So that's a very that's disconcerting. That's disconcerting. I mean, that's like the only job of the coroner is to get this right. And the fact that they've said right forehead and indicated on the left is very troubling. Here, though, look at what it says here. Descendants suffered a blow to the left side. So that's 2 votes for left and only 1 vote for right. So we're going to say that the coroner made a mistake here in their initial write-up, but here is where they got it right, is our guess. And this coroner who signed it right here needs to be fired from this job for getting that wrong. That's a good way to get in trouble in court. I consider it likely the descendant was assaulted by an assailant positioned directly in front of her at close range. Stomach contents indicated she ingested alcohol and a cake-like substance, which are going to be the donuts, with evidence of donuts located at the place of death. There was also present a high level of chemical brodifacoum in the stomach cavity sufficient to cause death had she not sustained a head injury. That's exactly what we were wondering. She was poisoned. It's just she died of a head injury before the poison kicked off. So we've got 2 people who were trying to kill her and did, in fact, end up would have caused her death. There's some sort of criminal law that has to do with that, right? Like, would it still be attempted murder? Or if your death would have killed the person absent the other person killing them, do you still get charged with full murder? I think you still get charged with full murder. Stacy says, on my copy, the word right is crossed out. So it was Okay, so that's very interesting. So Stacy has a copy of this game and is saying that in her copy, they had actually corrected that typo. Very interesting. Stacy, tell us if you find any more occurrences where they've fixed the stuff. But thankfully, in our case, we would have figured that out anyway. And it says it was literally an overkill. Yes. So we've got 2 suspects. We're looking for 2 people who actually tried to kill her now. So let's remember that. Okay, so here's a crime scene report. The scene, a wooden temporary building set up within the circus camp on Abbey Park. Building is multi-use as reading room where occupant received paying customers for fortune-telling experience. Also has a bed and storage behind the internal wall. Has an entrance facing east and no windows. Witnesses state the door was ajar, wood-burning stove still warm when he found the deceased. We're told someone that the guy brings her wood. Let's remember that. Deceased found lying face down in the main area of the building. Lividity suggests that death took place where deceased was located. Good, that's what we were saying. Deceased suffered trauma to her forehead on the left side. So again, more confirmation that it was definitely on the left. Resulted in a wound which bled heavily onto the floor of the cabin. No other injuries apparent. Room temp 19 degrees, core body temp 23. That might be related to time of death, but rigor mortis is advanced by the time the morning comes. Cause of death, initial theory, head injury causing extensive blood loss, possible fracture. Deceased has been dead less than 12 hours. Autopsy to confirm. Exhibit list. They found the handwritten journal. Wasn't forensically examined, meaning not examined for fingerprints, etc. Delivered to detective. Heavy glass ball found on the floor. Blood, hair, fingerprints belonging to victim. Okay. Donuts box with note. Crumbs contain high level of chemical brodifacoum. Let's keep in mind the husband we know sort of claimed to be delivering the donuts as if they came from him. This says you might want something sweet or something. It may even be that this is the husband's handwriting, the guy who's delivering the donuts, but not the guy who originally bought her the donuts. So even if we match the handwriting, that might not tell us who bought the donuts and poisoned them. Although you could look at it from the other side and say, well, maybe the donuts weren't poisoned when they were delivered, and the husband, the delivery person, added the poison. Okay, they found a pair of glasses. We saw those on the table somewhere there. Are these her glasses? Or might the person she was giving the reading to? In fact, I wonder if we couldn't determine that by where they're sitting, by where the glasses are. Like where, we don't know, we don't have a diagram of where who the donuts were facing, but it might be, you could see they open from this side. There's the dead drop box. Here would be her reading it. So you would guess probably that these are her glasses, right? You might imagine if she was eating the donuts, then she was reading the note facing her. That would mean these glasses would be on her side of the table. So probably her donuts. Her glasses. Okay, the donuts. Crumbs contain high level of chemical. Metal key from discrete drops. No fingerprints. Glasses. Nothing found forensically. Mobile phone. So this is a phone here. No, it's not. This is in victim's right trouser pocket. Phone is locked. So we've got a phone from our victim. This is not it. But it's locked. They can't get access to it. A business card in the victim's hand. It wouldn't be surprising if it's someone trying to plant murder. If I had to guess right now, I would guess that the murderer wanted us to suspect this person and planted this in her hand. And this might be the creep who's mad that the woman is having an affair with this guy and is trying to kill this guy, if I had to guess right now. Business card, blood belonging to victim, no fingerprints found. Okay, now we've got, should we be concerned about the stove, says Jonathan. Any way to use heat from it through the throw time of death off? I don't think so. I think we've got the time of death. Well, it's a good point. That's a very good point, Jonathan. You could be right. Also, we heard a scream, but that could be unrelated to it. It could be a scream because you tell someone something they don't want to hear, etc. Let's keep that in mind. That's not a terrible idea. All right, and now our last set of documents here are person of interest reports from the police for each of our suspects. So Annie, who was our hospital woman, 45 years old, female. Dominant hand, so the handedness is coming into play. So she's right-handed. This is what we believe is the handedness of our murder victim. She's got brown hair. That's kind of relevant, only because of that one comment about a blonde. We've got her address. Firearms license, yes. Shotgun. Black belt in karate and judo. She's a general practitioner at the hospital. We've got her license plate. Seen on CCTV posting blackmail payment. That kind of, like, if you're paying the $1,000, $2,000, $5,000 in blackmail, you're probably not going to kill the person, right? You probably kill them and not pay the blackmail. So anyone who's seen paying blackmail is probably not our person. Eliminated from inquiries? No. Okay, next person, Eric Matt. This is the builder. Tattoo of lion on his chest, not relevant. Dominant hand left-handed. That makes it seem like he's probably not our person who hit her on top of the head, at least. Previous conviction for fraud. Okay, so this is... We're going to try to find what she's blackmailing each person for. So maybe if we're trying to identify the secret of this person, might this be his secret? Although if it was 2018, it's not a secret anymore. He's got a car license plate. He's seen paying off her blackmail. So he's seen paying blackmail. He's left-handed. This does not sound like our culprit, or one of our two culprits. Okay, here's Gareth Picayune. What was our note about his role? How is he related? He's the cop. Okay, Gareth is the cop. Gareth is the name of one of the characters on the British version of The Office, possibly my favorite comedy show of all time. Right up there, at least. Okay, he's right-handed. Firearms license, no. I don't know why we care if they have firearms license, but it's just when you prepare a person of interest record. So this is if you're a cop, you should have a little sheet on each suspect, and this is it. Okay, he's a serving employment. Look, serving police officer. This person who's doing the police records has like made a big special note of it, like, attention. He's a police officer. He's got a car, Ford Focus, and he seemed to paid off the blackmail. Again, unlikely to be a suspect if he paid off. Look, here's our Range Rover. Remember we found the gas? Someone paid a huge amount of gas in their finances. That's going to be this person probably who's got a Range Rover. And a van. 2 cars. So that's going to match up with our financial records of paying a lot for gas. This is Gary Ramsey. What was Gary Ramsey was the restaurateur. He's got burn scarring to his face and torso. We don't know what that's about. He's left-handed. But he was seen posting money into her Dropbox. He's the owner and chef at the Navy Bar and Grill. Was everyone seen posting money to her? Michelle Matt is the wife going to the hospital for chemo. Previous nickname, Doors. Does anyone else have a nickname? No, just she's got a nickname of Doors. Common assault charge following neighbor's dispute. So she's got a violent streak. She's right-handed. She's the business owner of a bicycle shop, if that's of any relevance to us. She's got 2 cars, a Ford and a Corsa. I don't know what kind of car that is. She is seen paying off money to her box. I wonder why her nickname is Doors. Okay, so that's the last of the documents. We've read everything except the full newspaper. So now we're going to go back to the newspaper. We're going to read everything we haven't, and then we can start to dig into this case. So we read about the murder, or about the person who was murdered. Maybe now that we've gotten other stuff, we'll just skim it through again. Comes every year. She had a TV show where she got famous, but then she was caught using health supplements, or caught recommending fake health supplements. 19th murder in town's history. Okay, opinion polls show that Johnson is ahead and likely to beat Jeremy Corbyn. This is a national story. Johnson, this is a little political commentary by our author here. Johnson, widely viewed as a clown, has campaigned up and down the country in an attempt to ensure that he retains what he considers to be the top job. Yesterday he was welcomed by crowds in Scunthorpe North Links, where he toured the local steelworks site and chatted to workers. Steelworks foreman Simon Webley later told us he was friendly enough. We need a friendly face after having that Dragon May for so long. This is just British politics. He seems like a laugh, and we need that. What's the worst that can happen? Not like we're expecting a global pandemic or anything. He can just keep his head down and make us laugh, and we'll vote a real politician in next time. Johnson left the area following his tour to return to Downing Street in preparation for the televised debate set to take place this week. And there's a little personal ad. Crime Beat. All the latest from the streets. Local shop owner in despair at latest raid. Maria Bronte, owner of SP Convenience Store located on Short Street. Royston has spoken of her despair at finding her store raided by burglars on Friday night. That would be November 1st. She describes the scene as ransacked by the thieves who broke into the safe, stealing her entire week's takings, as well as thousands of pounds worth of tobacco and alcohol stock. Maria states that her alarm system appears to have been activated shortly before 11:30, not 11:30, 9:30 on Friday. So 9:30 p.m. So we have Facebook messages about that, right? And maybe text messages about that as well. It's just a kick in the teeth, she tells us. I regularly work 15-hour days to keep my business running. Then someone just decides to take it all away. I've complained to the police no end of times about the lack of patrols. It's obvious they don't care. CCTV shows blurred figures moving freely around the shop for at least 40 minutes while they gathered their haul. So from 9:30 to 10:10, the thieves are in her shop. Last week we broke the news of lucky syndicate members from Goblinsville Bar and Restaurant, the drinking place, winning £1 million to share when their numbers came up in the national lottery. Trouble is now brewing ahead of the payout. Not, as you would imagine, between the syndicate members, but between the TDP director, who is not a paying member of the group. This fat cat claims that the win is rightfully his, as he had not employed the workers. They would never have formed a syndicate, and so the cash is his. We have reached out to the syndicate members for comment. However, they have yet to say anything that could be printed in our family paper. Representative from Camelot has confirmed that the ticket holder and their group are the genuine winners and will be paid out as usual. Goblinshire Police received a report that parcels belonging to residents were stolen from the Cross Building Weekly Place at around 6:30 p.m. on 29 October. It was reported that a man picked up 2 parcels that were left on the floor by the exit and left. The male is described as white, heavy build, 5'10", tall, clean-shaven, wearing a black jumper, black jogging bottoms, and a black jumper. If you recognize the man or think you can help, please call Goblinshire Police on 101, quoting crime occurrence or Crime Stoppers. Doesn't seem relevant to us, but we have a description of this person if it matches one of our suspects. Someone robbing people. Unexpected death. Detectives investigating the discovery of a woman's body in a house near Goblinville East last week have confirmed her death is not being treated as suspicious. A scene has been in place in the house in East Green since 29 October, and it is due to be lifted today. Detective Inspector Trish Monk of Goblinshire Police said, "Our investigations into this incident have concluded the woman's death was not suspicious. Our sympathies are with the family at this sad time. I'd like to thank the local community for their cooperation while officers and detective work to establish the circumstances of this incident." Organized crime bust. Investigation into the organized criminal activity has led to the charge of a man in connection with a series of drug offenses. Callum Murphy, of 37 of Helston Drive, was arrested as part of a warrant in a series of operations targeting organized criminal activity in Goblinshire. So Goblinshire here, Goblinshire here, little typo. He's charged with conspiracy to supply cocaine, heroin, and cannabis in connection with an investigation into drug supply between 31 March and 28 June. So this could be a blackmail secret of someone's that she, remember, we're trying to identify what she knew about each of these people that she was blackmailing them. It would have to be something that wasn't known to the public yet. Murphy has been released on bail ahead of his next court appearance. Detective Sergeant Gemma Betts of Goblinshire Police said Goblinshire Police take drug crime very seriously and will always thoroughly investigate any suspicious activity that may be linked to organized crime. Missing person found. Thank you to all who kept a lookout for Edith Johnson, who went missing from her care home last weekend. She was found safe and well in the local area and has returned to the home. Tonight's picks, from going out to staying in, here's our pick of the best options. Tonight's film choices. Remember, some guy gave us an alibi of going to see Star Wars late at night. Let's see if that's going on here, although this is the paper after the night of the crime. BBC 3 at 9 p.m. Greed, 1 hour 34 minutes. Michael Winterbottom skewers the fast fashion industries in this scathing farce about the grotesque inequality between a retail billionaire, Steve Coogan, and the female garment workers who toil on his trendy clothing line. Film 4 at 9 p.m. You Get Nothing. 2 hours. Small independent filmmaker Frida Wu presents her latest work, You Get Nothing. Based in the world of high-stakes banking, this film tells the tale of an aging fat cat whose unreasonable constant demands for more money turn the industry against him. Can he change his way before he loses everything? What's on TV? UK's Most Wanted Criminals. CBS drama, 10 p.m. Tonight's spotlight is on company director George Riley, who was charged over the deaths of 19 people in an explosion at a wood mill before he fled justice. Remember, we should be looking for things that the person could be blackmailing people about. 6 of the deceased were employees of the mill, while the other 9 were residents of nearby properties when they died in February 2016. Director George Riley is accused of manslaughter by gross negligence and faces a minimum of 20 years in prison. At the time, a firefighter described the aftermath of the explosion as a scene of complete devastation. Something just jumped out to me, though. An explosion at a wood mill before he fled justice. One of our suspects had fire burns on his face. Connected, not connected. Crews did not leave the site until more than 2 weeks after the explosion, which reduced the mill and 4 nearby houses to rubble, left a number of other employees injured as fires continued to burn. Crown Prosecution Service said the charges were the result of a lengthy and complex investigation by Leicester Police and health and safety executive Riley, who suffered severe facial burns in the blast, was arrested from his hospital bed and later charged in relation to the deaths. After being charged, Riley was released on bail until his trial date. However, he quickly fled, taking with him any chance of justice for the relatives of the victims. The program catches up with some of the victims and witnesses to this horrendous event. So George Riley has fled. I wonder if the guy with burn marks who runs the restaurants is going to be this guy in disguise or was otherwise involved in this fire. Who's a Good Dog? GTV, 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. We can't wait for the return of the annual Who's a Good Dog competition. Last year's winner, Snoopy the Mongrel, once again faces tough competition in the agility, obedience, and prettiest dog categories. We're rooting for our office team of Labradors who will be reporting from the event. On radio, how to get ahead in business. The previous pay-per-listen podcast is currently available to download and listen for free, and we can't recommend it highly enough to our Goblinville entrepreneurs. Got an idea for a business? Just one idea will do. This podcast will teach you how to live off your idea for as long as you wish. Essential topics include how to claim others' ideas as your own, how to avoid spending any money, and how to alienate customers and colleagues alike. Any business ideas created following the download of this podcast will become the intellectual property of the author. Okay. Not going out tonight. Grand reopening of restaurant delayed. The Navy Bar and Grill was expected to have its grand reopening today. However, owner and head chief Gary Ramsey. Can I just point out, this is the guy who's burns, right? Look, Gary Ramsey and George Riley. George Riley is the guy who's escaped justice because he blew up this place. The guy with the burns is the restaurateur. His name is Gary Ramsey, same initials, GR. Tells us the transformation is going to take another week. The works, which include the erection of a large conservatory, will double the capacity of this town center favorite, having been hit by delays. Let's find out if he's going to be new to town. Ramsey tells us he doesn't want to rush and will open in a week's time when he can be absolutely certain the place is perfect. There are still a few little tweaks needed here and there. I don't want a single person through the door until I know that everything is in its place and working safely. It'll be perfect. Look at this. Little is known about the reclusive chef other than his extremely high standards with his food, his restaurant, and his expectations from his team. Customers are in the process of being contacted to rearrange their bookings. I'm sure it'll be worth the wait. Little is known about the reclusive chef. This seems like this is going to be Gary to me. I mean, it seems like he's going to be this guy who's escaping justice. George Riley, G-R, I'll just right here, G-R. I think that's going to be his secret. Now, whether that caused him to do the murder, I don't. Okay, let's see what the chat's catch up on the chat. I think it would be best, you can make a chart for each individual. I think it would be best to sort the files by suspect as well. Actually, I bet for Facebook comment mentioning sex in the car, the plate number will lead to the husband. This isn't too important for the sake of pointing out possible issues. Organized crime bust in the paper is spelled wrong. I think it's just another typo. Anna agrees that it's probably the same guy. We got lots of... This is an interesting case because lots of people are up to no good. It doesn't mean there are murderers. They're all being blackmailed. Gig tomorrow night at the drinking place at 9 p.m. Chart toppers Insatiable will be playing a one-off gig tomorrow night at local venue The Drinking Place with support from Piggy Malone. You might expect Piggy Malone might be the one she uses the pig-based cipher with. Tickets are almost sold out for what began as a secret fan club only gig. However, the cat flew out of the bag fairly quickly and sales rocketed. Insatiable are celebrating their first top 100 album chart position with Intellectual Property for Dummies, their first studio album. Your favorite news hound will be there and will report back with pictures of the band in action and reviews of their performance. The Lazy Sunday Cinema and Brunch series continues this week with a special viewing of The Wolf of Wall Street from 11 a.m. at the Cozy Arts Center. Combine bottomless brunch with bottomless Prosecco as you watch Leonardo celebrate greed, wealth, and excess. This is followed by the classic A Few Good Men at 1 p.m. for those still standing. Watch Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson battle it out in this courtroom drama where there can only be one winner. Tickets are available to buy on the door, $15 in person or order online. Sports, get out and support your local team this weekend. Rugby, Goblinville Grabbers play the London Tykes at home this Sunday from 3 p.m. Grabbers are in excellent form and are expected to take the win, but the Tykes always put up a good fight. Terrace tickets available from the stadium box office. Football, the Sprites are playing away today over in Glasgow against the Donkeys. We're hoping for a return to form from the Sprites, who have had a very disappointing season despite the continued support from die-hard fans. Racing. The Speedway meet is on this evening as usual. Come and join the crowds for pies, pints, and a little bit of gambling. Golf. People using a stick to hit a small ball towards a hole. Sometimes there is sand in the way to make this activity even more exciting. Formula One racing. Watch cars driving around in circles as fast as they can. Okay, competition corner. Let's raise some money. Find 6 words in our word search to raise some money for a great charity. The 6 words follow a film theme which true detectives will already have identified from the evidence pack provided. Interesting. Is that talking to us? Each correct answer, the 6-word phrase, and the film it is taken from, each correct answer, the 6-word phrase. So this is different from this. Each correct answer, the film is taken from, will earn a £1 donation to the Anthony Nolan Blood Cancer Charity. Send your answers to me at info@coldcaseinvestigationfiles.com. The amount raised will be paid at the end of every month and published on our Facebook page. So this is an actual sort of real competition going on. Find 6 words. All right, so we're supposed to find 6 words. The 6 words follow a film theme. I see, and make a phrase. Okay, so in here we'll find 6 words. When you put them together, it's a phrase of 6 words. And then if you actually submit it to Catherine Thompson, some charity gets sent. So we might want to play this for fun, but doesn't seem relevant to our case. Congratulations to last week's big competition winner, Chloe Brigler, who correctly guessed the missing word as elongated. She tells us it was pretty easy, actually. I nearly didn't submit the answer as I thought everyone would get it. She sets off this weekend on her mystery weekend of treats and surprises along with her partner, Clarence. Don't seem like people involved in our case. Our next big competition will appear in our Sunday edition, and entrants will have all week to get your answer into us. Winners will be picked at random and notified by phone, so make sure you send all your personal info in to us. Arm Wrestling Club for Beginners. The popular Arm Wrestling Club has formed a new branch especially for those wishing to enter the sport but lacking in experience. First session is this Monday at Abbey Park Club. No booking is required. Then you've got a little spot the difference puzzle, which is probably real. We could try to spot it. Spot the difference competition just for fun. And then we've got Go-Kart League. Competition League begins. After the messy climax to last season where the competitors all ended up in the duck pond, new safety measures have been put in place to protect Mr. Duck and his friends. Rather than a ramp leading to the pond, organizers have constructed a bridge over it. Hopes are high that karters will finally be able to finish the course without causing upset to the wildlife. Entry into competition is free as long as you have a go-kart, a wetsuit, and some appropriate wild bird feed. The league is being sponsored this year with prizes for the eventual winner, including a 10-pound Argus voucher, that's another store, a branded drinks bottle, and a can of Coke to shake up and open from the winner's podium. Favorite to win is Billy Speedy tells us, I've really put the work in this time round. The secret is not to make any sudden movements and the ducks will just swim out of the way. That voucher will come in handy, he probably says. All right, so there you have it. We've now gone through all of the documents. We haven't deciphered the codes. Let's look through this again. Here, let's look through our detective guide again to see if anything jumps out. Okay, boxing contest winners. So from this thing, we know that Gary Ramsey, who we think might be the guy otherwise known as the guy who's escaping justice, we believe he actually was there. We'll follow up on that to confirm. And we believe it's presented by Reginald Queenie. So these are two people that we know. Gary and Reginald. The others are not involved in our case. So two possible alibis if the murder really did happen at 11 p.m. Jonathan has brought up the idea that maybe the rigor mortis could be disguised, but okay. Ciphers, that's to understand the ciphers in... Oh, sorry. So those are the two people on this list that are involved in our case and their possible alibi. The ciphers that we could try to decode before we work too hard. Here's a list of our suspects. Annie, the hospital woman. G. Picayune, he's the cop. Eric Matt, the construction person. Michelle Matt, the wife of the construction person. And then Gary Ramsey. Was anything stolen from the cabin? Was the motive burglary or revenge? Good question. Goblinville burglar Carl Murphy seen visiting discreet drops on Short Street. Assuming this isn't a typo. Each visit is within 24 hours of a burglary happening. He posts a package into a drop box in the same row each time. Box is located between numbers 220 and 240. I'm not sure what this is how to make sense of this yet. We know it's a burglar, Carl Murphy. He doesn't seem to be involved in our case. Even if this is the same place, discrete drops, that we're looking at, it's not to her box. So this might be a clue to us about if one of our suspects is working with this guy. Rat poison, we know that she was poisoned, so maybe this tells us the type of poison and why. I'm not sure. Or this is just a little clue that there's poison involved. And that's it for this. If we return to this, Annie is the single mother. So do we think this is Annie's child? Mommy said we could sleep in a den tonight, but she got really angry at some circus woman. Then she's gone out without me. So I think this is Annie's kid. Remember, she hired a babysitter. Mommy said we could sleep in a den tonight. I'm not sure what that's about. We could sleep. I wonder if what if she's talking about is sleeping in the lion's den. I think she overheard her mother say something about sleeping in the lion's den. Can someone look up the origin of and meaning of sleeping in the lion's den? I think this means sleeping, hanging out with dangerous people, but Yeah, Annie is the hospital worker woman. I think this is her note. But I wonder this part about sleep in a den was a reference to the sleeping in the lion's den, or it's something that's not important. All right. And then don't forget, again, for sleeping in the lion's den, there's the animal, meet the animals, food court, fairground. That's her thing. There's the boxing contest. Okay. And then the last thing is, if we look through her journal again, I'm looking forward to causing havoc. She wants her money. Letters are all posted. They've been queuing around the block. I wasn't feeling it, so she's lost her ability for some reason. And she's complaining again. She still can't see visions. And then all of a sudden, they come back. Her powers come back. I'm back, thank God. They never listen to my warnings. Payments have not yet been made. Okay, so look, this is important. On August 31st, payments have not been made. So October 31, payments not made yet. Friday, 1st November, just one more day. They need to know, I'm going to warn one of the flock that what they're getting themselves into. They need to know their tall, dark stranger is not what they seem. I do hope they turn up. I feel a good turn will restore some balance. I might even return her last payment. Ungrateful cow. That's the last time I try to do something good. So this person did turn up. I believe this is one of our people. We hear about it. And I believe it's going to be this, right? I believe this is going to be our match. She got really angry at some circus woman. This is this. Ungrateful cow. So I think our fortune teller was telling Annie, the hospital worker, that her husband is having an affair. Or something. Their tall, dark stranger is not what they seem. Can't believe she shouted at me. But that would have happened, yeah, on the night at 9:30 she shouted, or sometime, yeah, around 9:30 she gets shouted at. Interesting. And then she says, I'm done. And then she does the codes. Now, I suggest that we put off doing the codes for now because I think they're going to give us, again, we do this before. Some people don't like when we do this. It sort of gives us hints, and I think we should go through and understand our documents first, since that's the most enjoyable part of this. Let's save the codes for last. All right. So it seems like it might be time to start filling out, to try to lining up people with, let's organize our stuff and then let's try to line up some people. Okay, so let's put all our financial statements together and let's organize our Dropbox information together. Okay, so here's our Dropbox. And here's our financial information. These are the police log. Now that we know we're probably looking for the police officer, here's more financial bank information. Maybe we'll put miscellaneous somewhere else. Here's mobile phone records. Okay, these are our bank statements. The Facebook will go in the miscellany pile. Here's more financial statements. Maybe as we figure out who they belong to, we'll organize them by people. But for now, here's more mobile phone records. Okay, then we have our witness statements. Let's put witness statements. Maybe we'll organize by people. Autopsy and crime scene I'll put in miscellaneous. Okay, so we'll start our organization of people. So Reginald is... Oh, we don't have a person of interest record on Reginald? That's weird. Okay, but Annie is our person of interest. We'll put her stuff together. Eric Matt, we'll put him with him. Are we missing? I wonder why we don't have a person of interest record for the husband. Gareth Picayune, that's his stuff. Gary Ramsey. Oh, I see. It's a play on Gordon Ramsay. And Michelle, the wife. So we're just missing one from the husband, unless I misplaced it somehow. Didn't get doubled up, did it? Okay, so husband doesn't have a person of interest form. All right, so let's try to organize these. As we figure out whose records are whose, we'll reorganize them. Okay, so these are police records. We can put these together with the police. Yes, okay, so here will be our police section. And yeah, this guy is, I'm just going to put on top POI so we don't forget that he doesn't have a sheet. Okay, and then we've got the insurance from the husband. All right, so we'll put the insurance with the husband's statement. These are both related to husband's insurance. That makes sense. All right, and then our Facebook is kind of like our text messages in a way. All right, so we think this is Annie. So let's put this together with Annie's collection of stuff. Okay, I just put that in hers. All right, where do you want to start? The victim will likely warn the girl who is seeing the married man that he's married and she got mad. That's what I thought too, but then I still think that makes the most sense, but she did say I have to warn her that her tall, dark stranger is not who he seems. That made me think that's not the way you describe a husband, but she could have just been using the generic term she's been using about dark stranger. Maybe because the husband's alibi seemed to check out, so the police didn't consider him. Remember, I think our boss's letter said not to focus on the husband as well. I don't remember it saying that, but it does make sense that they don't suspect the husband. Although, I think you always expect the husband, but you're right. At some point it said probably not the husband. All right, let's put this business card with the person who owns it. I'll move this so we don't miss it up there. Okay, so Eric Matt, that's his business card. All right, so there's our person of interest things. Okay, let's start with the phone records. Let's see if we can't find whose phone records is whose. Okay, here we go. All right, and let's remember we can cross-reference with the phone numbers that they're coming in from and to. Okay, so outgoing. That disgusting creep is asking me out again. I think we've been seen. Call me. Only if you pay for a hotel. Can you come round and sit with Ollie? I've got an emergency call out. Pick me up. We've been seen. You pay for a hotel. I'm too old for the back seat. Pick me up. Can you come sit with Ollie? So if this is from Annie, she's the single person. I think she's the one having the affair. There we go. Okay, so Oliver is the kid's name. Ollie. So this is Annie's phone records. Now that we know they're Annie's, the hospital worker, is there any other information we need to know from here? She's having an affair with this person. We've been seen. That means we know she's not married. She's a single mother. We know from her statement. Single mother, she lives alone. Okay. So she's having an affair with someone she shouldn't be, presumably married. The creeper says, you're too good for me. You're with him. You're sadder than thought. I married man. Okay, so she's having an affair. This is Annie's records. Having affair. I don't know why she's saying pick me up. We know she's got a car, but somehow she doesn't have access to her car. The creep is asking me out. Okay. Now, let's find who she's talking to. So we're looking for the person says, wanted to ask you for dinner. Okay, so here is the creeper. Wanted to ask you if you have dinner. You think you're too good for me. You're with him, sadder than I thought. So we know this is a creeper, but we don't know exactly who this is. I think this might be the cop, though. Control are asking for you. Are you okay? Checked no cameras. I think this is a guy. I think this is our cop. What do you think about that? Where are you at? Control or calling for you? I think this is our cop. Incoming. Forgot to give you that builder's card. It's in your locker. Yeah, this is a cop, I think. Or the restaurateur. Incoming. Second night short at shop. Maybe not. Not sure if this is a cop after all now. Okay, that's the creeper. Okay, so now here's the person that Annie is talking with. Because she's mailing this person, the disgusting creep is asking me out again. I think we've been seen, she says. I think we've been seen. I think we've been seen. He gets it. Then he writes, I'll be with you in 10 minutes. And he writes, can we meet up tonight? Sorry, love, dealing with burst pipes here. Big mess. I'm going to be very late. I'll pick you up when you're done. So I think this is the guy who's cheating and has a wife. That means this is going to be Eric Mate. And the incoming is Annie. The incoming for sure is Annie. And I believe this is going to be the married builder. All right. He's the married. Okay. Let's see what else we got. The phone is on the business card, says Stacy. Good point. 7962289. Yes, this is Eric Matt. Confirmed. Let's just put confirmed business card. Good. Okay. So that's Eric Matt's phone records. And this one is Annie's phone records. We can match her up with her document. All right, who else we got here? Your alarm has been triggered at Abbey Goblinville. Security are on their way. Okay, so from our newspaper, I believe this is 31 October. Maria Bronte, burglars on Friday night. Friday night is November 1st, so that's not her. Unless she's talking about, yeah, Friday, November 1st. This is Saturday, November 2nd. Okay. So Friday, November 1st could be late at night. $9:30 on Friday activated. So that's not 21. I don't think that's her, but it's someone else. Who else had a burglary? Didn't we get told someone else had burglary? Was it the Facebook? Driveway. Some scumbags red-handed burgling my house last night. Abbey Street, false alarm. I don't know what to make of this. Incoming, coming to the site today. Got a query regarding the paint color. Hi boss, where are we meeting tonight? We're heading to the pub. This is going to be our chef, Gary Ramsey, because we're told in his statement, let's find him. We're told in his statement that he's remodeling, right? And then he invited the whole club out. To the circus and, oh, he says to the circus. Yeah, front gates open at the circus. Tell the team. Okay, that's definitely Gary's phone records. All right, now, what else do we see from here? He's got a false alarm, someone breaking in, but maybe not false alarm. Someone could be breaking in there, but they didn't find anyone. Are you coming to the site? He says, I'll be there soon. It's Friday in the morning. Where are we meeting? At the circus. But then look, at 10 p.m. on Friday, he gets a message, where did you go? So he's actually missing. Wasn't in the mood, so slipped off. So his alibi is bad. Bad alibi. He says, he gives us an alibi that he was with his team at 11. Right? Drinking and at the circus. But actually, he was missing during the timeline. So that makes him a very good candidate. Yeah? All right. Next phone records. Congratulations, you've received a donation. I'll be with you in 10 minutes, someone says. Congratulations, donation. This is going to be our cancer wife. And sorry I'm running late, be there in 10. Then the husband says, I'm dealing with burst pipes here. I'm going to be very late. Are you okay? She says, no problem. I'm still at the hospital, probably here the night. Anyway, this is exactly what she says. This is our wife. This is Michelle, the wife, the cancer wife. This is everything completely consistent with what she describes. She thought she was going to be in the hospital all night. He was picking her up. And there he is saying, dealing with the burst pipes. So this is Michelle for sure. And now look, confirming your booking of a deluxe double room with dinner and a welcome drink. Confirming your booking of a deluxe double room with dinner and a welcome drink on Friday at 6 p.m. I mean, we know this is our wife, Michelle. So that set of clues about the hotel and the hospital are meant to throw us off between who's having the affair with who. It's not clear why she's booking this deluxe double room, but I think this is just our woman who's spending her days at the spa, living off the donations. Okay, so the only phone line that we're not sure about is this one, which I think is the officers. Who else could it be? We've got the cop, the husband, or an unrelated person. I believe this is the cop. But then why does he get a message that says second night short at the shop? Is that just slang for short at the... Check no cameras. And then this is the time of murder. Time of murder, we think he's cannot be found. So I believe this is the cop. Let's just put this with the cop for now. Does anyone have any other thoughts about whether that really is the cops? It says, tonight, shop on Short Street. I think it's him working with burglars. Second night, short at shop. Let's circle this and say that we should try to figure out what's going on here. 1st of November at 7:34. Let's see if we can compare this with police call logs to see if we can make sense of this. Forgot to give you builder's card. It's in your locker. That's not going to be there. Check no cameras. Friday, 1st of November is a Friday. We didn't really go through this police call log. Let's look at this a little bit more. Oh, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's note, we know his call sign, CN47. So we know his call sign is CN47. So let's find what records he responded to. So here he is here, here, possibly there. Okay, so we've got 2 entries with him. Let's see what they are. Caller phoned repeatedly to complain about pizza delivery service. He attended. The caller caller was warned about his use of the emergency call. Okay. Attended. So at 21:12, which is 9 p.m., he was there, 9 p.m. Then non-emergency line call at 9:24. Edith Brown on Short Street called about a break-in. No sign of the break-in. No further units required at a convenience store. Oh, here he is again. CN47. Attended. No persons fighting. So this is fighting. This is at 8:30 p.m. So this looks like we're not seeing him attending to anything for the rest of the night. Does he claim to be doing something? Where is his information? What does he claim to be doing? He recalls being at the scene of a burglary at 11 p.m. Where is our burglary at 11 p.m.? Traffic, bad language, daughter missing. That was our Lacey Smith daughter. Here's a burglary at 10:45. Okay, so here's our 10:45 p.m. burglary. Caller reported burglary happening now. States she can hear persons breaking into the address. Dog unit responded. CK47 responded. That's not our guy, though, unless it's a mistake in writing it down. So I think, is he lying about being on this burglary call? Broken down vehicle at the roundabout blocking traffic. Caller reported couple parked outside his house. This was our Peter Sneef. That was in our Facebook. Burglary happening now. This is also our Facebook, I believe. Let me check in on the chat and then we'll take a little break. Tonight shop on Short Street. I think it's him working with burglars. One more above the first one with one other police officer. Yes, okay, we found that one afterwards. It's the burglary on Short Street. They must have something to do with each other. He was told about this burglary. Yeah, was he involved in the burglary? Is that it? He's not responding to it. He's committing it. I wonder if that's the thing. So he recalls being at the scene of a burglary at 11 p.m., which was his last call. So is he burglar? So he's not on record. I wonder if that's the solution to that. All right, let's take another 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll continue going through the documents. I'm not sure how readable all this is to you. Let me know if you prefer me to have a wider top-down camera or whatever. Give some thoughts to if there's a better way for me to present this as I'm going through it. But we'll come back and we'll go through financial records.
I'll make it.
Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Case 2 of Cold Case Investigation Unit called Unforeseen Murder. We're making big progress. There's the buzzing activity in the channel, even during the breaks. Jonathan was clarifying the police report about, the police text message about the shop that I was reading a little wrong. Jonathan is pointing out that the incoming text message Friday morning, it says second night short at shop. I'm reading that wrong. It's short street shop. It says, so we think the cop is working with the burglars, that this is the cop's thing, and he's getting a call saying tonight, short street shop, like we're planning to rob it. And he replies, I checked, no cameras. Now, there's only one sort of confusing part with that. So we think he's probably working with burglars, and Blake pointed out he does have a Dropbox account. The only thing I want to point out is in the newspaper, there is an entry about the robbers on a short street shop on Friday. SP convenience store at Short Street, Friday night. But they're on the CCTV. CCTV shows blurred figures moving freely around the shop for 40 minutes. So if the cop is saying, I checked, there's no cameras, is he really talking about this shop? Or is he talking about this burglary? Queen's Estate, that's not Short Street. So I'm a little confused why the newspaper says they're cameras and he's saying, I checked no cameras. That's a little bit confusing to me. The other thing we should probably check is if we think he's working with burglars, then this is the phone number he's calling, right? Let's make sure that's not phone number belonging to any of our other suspects. So 332, let's just make sure no one else has a 332. That could be the burglar. Doesn't look like it. So our burglar is not one of our other suspects. That's fine. We don't have a problem with that. All right, we'll return to the issue of the cop's timeline in a little bit. We were talking about the husband leaving the donuts, but he says he's illiterate, so he would not have written that note. That's a good point. Let's come back to that. There are some questions in the chat, but I want to just put them off for a little bit. And I want to put off the Facebook for a little bit too. I want to do the ones that we can do most cleanly first. So I think we should move to our financial statements and see if we can't match those up with people. So let's start going through our financial statements. So deposit made for Just Giving. So this is almost certainly Michelle Mate, the cancer wife of the builder. There's her deposits. She has GiftGaff Mobile. Let's check that out. Let's find her. Here's Michelle. So here's Michelle. She does indeed have GiftGaff Mobile. She's one of only 2 people with GiftGaff Mobile. So that checks out. Confirmation of your booking of a deluxe double room at 6 p.m. Let's see if she paid for it. Bogdale Spa. There she is at 6:40. And it's 6:40. 6:30. Charge it at 6:40. What else does she... Your appointment at 1 p.m. with Ashley for massage and scalp. 31 October, that's when she... Well, I don't see her booking it here. Until the first... Until she doesn't pay for it until the 1st. She doesn't pay for it until she actually uses it 1 p.m. So she finishes her... Sorry if I'm not making this clear. I'm just trying to confirm that this is Michelle's thing. So here she is. She books an appointment for Saturday at 1 p.m. And here she is paying for it on Saturday at 1:40 p.m. when it finishes. She's paying for it. And then after she pays for that treatment, she decides, I'm just going to go ahead and book a double room for the night. At the end of the day, and here it is, confirmation, deluxe double room. So I'm just going to put a note here. Dinner and welcoming drink. We don't know who she's having dinner with. Why book double room? Okay, but this is her bank records. Now, given that these are her bank records, does anything jump out at us as being important? Where was she at the time of the crime? Well, here she is at 11 p.m. at the Twilight Bar. where she booked her double room. So, time of murder, we think, is at 11 p.m. or around there. We're not 100% sure. We may have to revisit that, but maybe we should be doing that sooner or later. But okay, so now we've locked up her financial records. Let's find our next one. Oh, and did she pay blackmail? Cash withdrawal. So this would be her blackmail money. And was she found depositing money? According to this, she was on the CTV, deposited money. So we believe she did drop off her blackmail money. All right, next person, $2,000. But they could be withdrawing that money to gamble, although they seem to use a debit card to gamble. Okay, gift gaff. So that's the second person with gift gaff. So I think that must mean that we know who that is. Who's our next person with gift gaff? The next person who has gift gaff mobile is the builder. Let's see if that matches up. So look, he's having an affair, right? And there's his breakfast the morning after. Where's his hotel room? I'll pick you up when you're done. You pay for the hotel, the person tells him. He says, sure, I'll pay for the hotel. 1st November. Maybe he doesn't want to pay for it with a credit card. He doesn't want to leave records. And then here is his B&O stores. He's buying what we thought. This is construction, maybe. So this is going to be our builder having the affair, and he's gambling. Oh, there was the ring. What was the ring? Did he pawn his affair's ring? Where did we see a message about the ring? There, right here. Look, 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 look. He gets a message from the woman he's having an affair with. Have you seen my engagement ring? I might have dropped it behind something. So look at this. He's having an affair, right? With Annie, our hospital worker. And she says, hey, did you see my ring? He has pawned it. He has pawned the ring. This is Annie's ring he just pawned. Wow, he's a real cat. Okay, so we've locked up his financial records and we've caught him pawning her ring. That's his secret. That could be a secret. All right, let's see who's next. Okay, here's someone with EE Communications Mobile. Now, this person is also buying at B&Q Home Improvement Superstore. Notice this is kind of fun because we know he spent $7,000 at B&Q, but we weren't told what B&Q was. But here we do know that here's B&Q. This is going to be our restaurateur because look at how nice this game is. Oh, someone points out Annie's engaged. It's not Annie's phone number. Oh, did I get it wrong? Is it not Annie? Is it the wife? Is it Michelle, who's also having an affair? Okay, so I'm backing up because I got it wrong. Have you seen my engagement ring? So is it not Annie? It's just a random person. All right. Incoming. Have you found my ring? Okay, so we don't know who that is. Sorry. Thank you. Very good catch. Okay, so we have the incoming records about have you seen my ring to him, but we don't know who that person is. That person's not on our radar. So this is someone he's having an affair with, but unknown person, which we'll just call this the GF's ring. So on this, I'm too old for the back seat. Ah, it's a different person. That's what it is. So he's having an affair with Annie. This is going to be Annie, right? But this is a separate person. He's also... Oh, you're coming back to finish. This is a client. This is a client. Okay. It's not someone he's seeing. It's going to be a client. Let's look. And then that person calls him. Let's see if that's... Let's just make sure that's not his wife. Where's the wife? I think now it's just a client. Michelle. Let's see. Let's make sure it's not Michelle. Michelle's phone number ends in 116. Yeah, this is just a random person that we don't know who's a client of his, and he's stealing her stuff. He found her ring in the house where he was working, and he pawned the ring of his client. She's not a girlfriend. She's stolen client. Okay, good. I like it. Let's go back to our financial services. So we believe this is going to be our restaurateur, right? Because look, he's got a giant mortgage. So that's going to be his restaurant mortgage, £4,000. And this is a joke. He's eating at McDonald's twice. Right? Why is he taking Uber? Where's our guy? Where's our restaurateur? Gary. Gary has 2 cars. So he's got 2 cars. So why is he taking an Uber? I'll tell you why. Because he doesn't want to be seen taking his car to the murder scene. Murder time. Eating at McDonald's. He's got a big purchase of whiskey for his restaurant. He's got access to poison. Okay, this is going to be... You be our piggy, we'll be your bank. This is going to be Gary... What's his name? Gary Ramsey. Restaurateur. Okay, let's add him into that. Okay, next up. All right, whose financial records are these? It's got a regular car. Did we find his expensive? I thought for sure the expensive gas was going to be the van driver. All right, let's see. restaurants, McDonald's, babysitting. So this is going to be Annie, right? Annie hiring the babysitter. Does she have an expensive car? A big car? Let's find Annie. Annie has a VW Golf. How is she paying 100? Oh, the British Gas. Oh, this is her gas bill. Direct deposit. This is her gas bill, not her car. Gas. There's her car gas. SM petrol, 45 pounds, fine. And she has EE Communications, correct. 2,000 pound blackmail. There's her mortgage. And there's her salary from the medical center. That's definitely Annie's. Okay. So the only thing that's of much interest here for us is that she took out $2,000 to pay. She doesn't have much in her bank. And she... Was she seen dropping off? Denies posting anything. Doesn't sound like they saw her posting anything. Okay, our last bank record. Stacy says salary from medical center. Yes, that's right. We found that. Okay, let's see. Someone's paying $5,000. This is someone who's rich. Small car. EE Limited Bank. Is this going to be our police officer? Who's buying something for $800 on Amazon and $500 of champagne? Is this our restaurateur now? Co-op car insurance? What does that mean? Car insurance. They have a car. I think it just means they have car insurance. Domino's Pizza. They deposited 900 pounds. This person is rich. This isn't a cop. A cop isn't making a $100,000 salary. Maybe this is our restaurateur. But then, that doesn't make sense. Who's... It's our cop. It's our bad cop. He's a crooked cop. Yes, very good. Very, very, very good. Okay. I mean, let's appreciate that for a moment. That's the exact moment you want, where you're like, a cop's not making 100,000 unless they're a crooked cop. So yeah, here's our crooked cop. What's his name? This one is Eric Mate. Okay, where's our crooked cop? Michelle, Annie, Gary, husband, Eric. Here's our crooked cop. All right, that's kind of fun. Okay. Okay, that is the Gareth Picayune. And here's his finances showing us that he is crooked. More evidence that he's crooked. Love it. You gotta love that the cop has much too much money in his bank. Now, what do you suppose he's doing here, buying at Amazon Marketplace in Champaign City? Is he celebrating? And is he buying himself? I wonder. He's just living too large for his life. I wonder if we could even track him down. Look, here he is on Short Street. Convenience store. Notice this is the one that got robbed. Like, look for the police records. I just want to point something out. SP Convenience Store on Short Street. Edith Brown, Short Street. SP Convenience Store on Short Street. So on November 1st, there's a robbery at SP Convenience Store on Short Street at 9:24 p.m. And here he is on the morning visiting there. He's casing it. He's casing it in the morning. So he's casing in the morning. That's when he can say that, and he just buys a whatever, a drink. And that's when he says, I checked, there's no cameras. Something like that. Is he casing any other joints? Very nice. Okay. So that's our financial records all assigned. Celebrating framing Annie's affair partner. I think Jonathan's right. Okay, let's take a look at this document of the drop sheets and see if there's anything we can tell from here. Okay, first let's identify our players. There's our cop. There's our victim. Is that it? That's all we got, huh? She had 16,000 pounds. All right. So the only people who have, but weren't we told someone else has a, who else said they have a thing? Doesn't the wife say she has a box? Isn't the wife the other person who says they have a box? Doesn't Michelle say she has a box? Let's read her statement. She can't recall. She does visit the discount drops because she has a box there. She has an account. Is that because this is Long Street? No. So she's not seen using her box. I think that's what we're told. She may have a box there, but she's... Well, this is customer information. Why don't we see her box? Oh, because she's lying. She's lying. Yeah, I think that's it. She's lying about having a box there. All right, so she's lying about having a box there. Yeah, she says she's an account for people to donate, but she's getting direct deposits into there. So, okay. All right. Well, the cop is at 228. She's at 247. What was the search? What was the part about? Oh, it was in our detective book. Let's look at this one again. Okay, this is just confirming that our cop is a crooked. Carl Murphy visits the discreet drops. Within 24 hours of a burglary, he posts a package into a drop box in the same row each time the box is located between 220 and 240. So this is 228. This is Gareth Picayune, the cop. That's it. Okay. So this burglar is depositing money in the cop's bank Dropbox, that's how he's getting paid off. I think that's that. Okay. Now, did the cop withdraw money to pay? He did withdraw the money to pay. Did any of our suspects not withdraw money to pay? 5,000, 5,000, 2,000. Every single person. We just don't have much information on the husband. But everyone else pulled out money to pay. We've got a 5,000, a 2,000, a 2,000, and a 5,000. And a 2,000. So let's just see. We've got 2 5,000s and 3 2,000s. So I just want to make a note here. 5 times, what was it? 3 times 2,000 and 2 times 5,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so I just want to check with our diary here if that matches with what she expected. 2,000, 5,000, 2,000, 2,000, 5,000. So we've got 5 people she blackmailed. Each of them are one of our 5 people, suspects, and each of them withdrew money. So we can't rule out someone based on not pulling out money to pay her. Blake says, I can't see the cop doing this. He has plenty of money to pay. That's a very interesting way to think of it. I think you could go both ways on the cop. But my gut psychology tells me you're wrong. I'll explain why. So Stacy says, I can't see the cop doing this. He has plenty of money to pay. Okay, let's agree he has plenty of money to pay, although we don't know. Yeah, we do know how much she asked. She asked either 2,000 or 5,000. Okay, so that's one way to think of it. There's another way to think of it. When cops go bad, I think the psychology and history of cops are when cops go bad, they will kill someone if need be to avoid risk. You've sort of gone over the line when you start doing robberies as a cop. There's lots of wonderful history of cops who go really rogue. New York City has lots of history of cops that became little criminal underworld gangs and robbed drug dealers and murdered people and everything. So once you go off that line, that deep end, I mean, if you're taking a little bit of bribery, that's one thing. But when you start committing robberies, you go kill people. So I think a cop would also feel like a criminal thinks like a sort of criminal thinks in terms of low, what would you call it? Sort of low reputational risk. One of the reasons that the bad cops are so dangerous is they've got a high reputational job and status in the community. And the risk of losing that is terrible. It would destroy their lives. And they would kill someone to cover up that possibility. And Anna also points out the cop would also know how to do it and get away with it. So Stacy says I lives in New York City. All right, well, I grew up in New York City. Where are you in New York City, Stacy? I'd like to know. Okay, but we don't have much information in this direct drop report except for our cop, as far as I can see. Other than that, this doesn't give us much information. Unless we're missing something. so let's put this aside for a second. Okay. Let's look at some... Oh, in Brooklyn. Okay, there you go. I don't know Brooklyn very well. Let us spend a minute looking at handwriting. Let's see if we can make sense over whose handwriting this is. That's right. The cop is the creeper who likes the woman who's going out with the builder. And so it would make sense that the cop would be trying to frame the builder. I think that does give the cop a really, puts the cop right in our crosshairs. Let's take a look at this handwriting and see if we can make sense. This is as big a close-up as I can give you of this handwriting. Let's take a look at that and see what we can make of it. It says, you something sweet. If we look at this, nothing really jumps out to me. It's a bit messy. It's sort of a little bit scripty. The E's look recognizable. The G's have big loops. Now let's look at our signatures of people. Okay, so here's our cop. I think he bludgeoned, so I don't think he needed to poison, but I'm not sure. Okay, so there's the cop handwriting. Very neat. Doesn't look at all like that handwriting. Okay, so not the cop, unless he's deliberately trying to print neat so he doesn't write in cursive. Okay, our next suspect. Okay, so our next suspect is writing very neat. In fact, this looks like a font, but very neat, very straight. G is completely different in style. This is a G that crosses over. This G loops and doesn't cross over. So I don't think this is a match. Okay, now we're looking at Annie's handwriting. So Annie does have a semi-curled G. The E's look reasonably matching. The U doesn't match, but this one is capitalized. This person didn't capitalize this first word. Anything else jump out at you? She's semi-cursive. This is, I would say, close. Closest so far. Given that this looks like a font, this font looks pretty close. So Annie is close. Who's our last? We've got two more, and then the husband who claims he can't write. All right, so here we've got some actual handwriting. Let's take a look at this. It's messy. Well, oh, sorry, can you see? Let's do it this way. Well, the T is quite different. The E's are quite different and not connected. The G's a pretty good match. The U, I mean the Y, not really. I don't like this T though. This T is of a completely different style. And the E's aren't connected. But it's a little weird how... Yeah, his handwriting's not so good. I would say no. Did we already do the cop? I think the cop... I think it's the cop and he just wrote super neat printed. The G works, yeah. Let's take a look at this last one. Okay. The Y isn't a great match. The T is not a good match. The E's are bad matches, so no. So I think for the handwriting, the closest one, this one is a no. It's not the restaurateur. I think the closest one is Annie, but if I had to put my money, I would put my money on the cop frame, writing out in his form in a super careful way to not give anything away. So I think nothing on the back of these, right? Oh, here's actually a closer up view of those last letters. Sweet. Okay, so we haven't used our stuff here, but I'm gonna put in a theory here for handwriting note. Well, I think the cop is framing the builder, but then he wouldn't have even thought to poison, and so then he wouldn't writing the note. So maybe he would have no motive to worry about handwriting. Jonathan reminds me that Gary Ramsey bought pest control, but also look at this. I forgot. Let's look at this. Remember this story on Facebook? He's been here 3 years already, and I finally spotted our resident millionaire, Gary Ramsey. 3 years he's been there. He got the last donuts. He got the last 3 Krispy Kreme donuts. And notice it's 6 hours ago. So if they collected this stuff on the night of the murder, that would make it at the right time. And it was at Tesco's. Okay, let's find Gary. So I think, was our closest match to the signature Gary? Okay. So let's find Gary. Let's see if we find him at Tesco's buying those donuts and when. There he is. Okay. There he is buying donuts at Tesco's at 4:46 p.m., which matches our Facebook claim that they've run out of donuts by 4:30 p.m. on a Friday. So here he is buying the donuts. So this is going to be Gary, and we know he bought the poison and the donuts, right? Poison plus donuts. And then where is his signature? And we just saw, but we said his signature, we said didn't match. However, that's because Either he's deliberately writing to disguise the way he writes, or the husband wrote the note, even though he claims to be illiterate, to take credit. You deserve something sweet. I think it's definitely be Gary. Now, the restaurateur has been there only 3 years. Let's confirm in the newspaper this matches our theory that he's under a fake identity. So, George Riley charged over the deaths of 19 people in an explosion in 2016. Okay, so this completely matches with the idea that George Riley fled justice and came back as Gary Ramsey. He didn't come back. He's not from their town. That would be crazy to come back to their same town. Okay, so we know the story of Gary. I think he's the person who poisoned those donuts. And he's just faking his handwriting. And I think maybe that's what we're supposed to gather from this. This is sort of an advanced handwriting thing. But if you look at this, you can see light and dark writing. And I think maybe we might infer that he's writing his handwriting slower and laboriously to disguise it. Or maybe we should think of it differently. Maybe the way we should think of it is, if you're going to poison someone, you expect them to die from the poison, you have to be very careful not to use your handwriting when you leave the notes. So that makes more sense. Let's look at the statement of the husband about the donuts. He's been taking wood to her. He recalls her thanking him for the donuts when he last popped over. States he didn't tell her they were not from him. Aha. Okay, this clarifies something that I misread. He didn't bring her the donuts and take credit. He walks in with her gin and she says, "Hey, thanks for the donuts." And he doesn't say, "Hey, I didn't give you any donuts." He just says nothing about it. So the cop snuck in and left the donuts. And that was at 8:30 p.m. So in our timeline, let's make sure the donuts could have been dropped off. Donuts bought after 4 p.m. And then we know that Jacinda has by 8:30 p.m. That means the cop has to get from Tesco to this place and leave them for her. It makes sense. Okay. That makes sense to me. It also makes sense why the security person wouldn't have noticed a cop. Maybe he saw him go in, but he didn't make anything of it. Sorry, the donuts are being dropped off by the restaurateur. So that's not that. Okay, so let's make sure that the cop, I think the cop hit him over the head. So the cop would be right-handed. I'm not saying we have definitive proof yet. But if that's true, the cop would be right-handed. That's true. And I guess we don't care about the handedness of the other people. All right, let's take a closer look at our Facebook stuff to see if we can make sense. The cop comes, that's right, yeah. The Gary is a lefty, and the killer has to be a righty, but not poisoner. Gary is going to be the one who poisons her, so doesn't need to be right-handed, and the cop is going to be the one who bludgeoned her, and he is right-handed. The bludgeoner is right-handed. All right, let's take a look at our Facebook notes to see if there's anything else that jumps out at us here. So, car in her driveway by a gray Corsa. Okay, let's find out whose car that is. VW Caddy. I think that's going to be one of the two people having the affair, right? So, VW Golf. Vauxhall Corsa Gray AB04. Okay, so this is Eric Mate's car. So that license and car ownership traces back to Eric Mate, a middle-aged man entertaining a lady in a back seat. So here he is having sex with his girlfriend. She says, I'm too old to be having sex in a car, but I think what she means is, we just had sex in a car, I'm too old for this bullshit. So next time it's got to be a hotel room. Okay, so we understand that. And look, here you go, 11 p.m. Friday. No, not 11 p.m., 10 p.m. 10:13 p.m. Friday. And Farley Road. So that's probably their alibi. And then is it the next night where she says, I'm too old for a car? I'm too old for the back seat, Friday at 9. Only if you pay for a hotel. I'm too old for the back seat. Okay, if you're sure, I'll pick you up when you're done. Pick me up. I think she said I'm too old for the back seat, but I think that's exactly what happened. I think they went to the back seat. Okay, there's our Dunkin' Donuts that Gary bought at 4 p.m. 4:30 p.m. on a Friday. That means this is also 4:30 p.m. Okay, this is 4:30 p.m. Friday. He bought the last donuts. 3 years. Okay, now, here's someone talking about the police. They caught some scumbags red-handed burgling in my house last night. They got to me in minutes. Even better, police dog gave the burglars a good biting. Let's find that on the police report, just for the hell of it. So it looks like it would be last night. That would be Friday night. Does it say when? No, but this says police dog. That would be this unit. Kicking parked cars, no. School children messing around, no. Domestic partner, no. There's our burglary with the dog unit. Suspects fled, caught by canine officer. So here is our Facebook. Our Facebook burglary. Our cop is not on the scene. Lucy Ryan. Here she is, Lucy Ryan. Okay, so that's This is our Facebook one. So they catch these kids. They catch these kids. They made a mess getting in and searching. Don't think they took much. She said, technically, I'm just outside of town on Queen's Estate, but yeah, it's pretty shocking. That's Queen's Estate. Okay. So this looks like it's unrelated to our call. The only thing that's relevant is that it's happening around 11 p.m. time of the murder, and our cop is not there. He is not on the scene, even though he claims that that's what he remembers being. So I think this is just to show us that our cop is not at the scene of this burglary. All right, continuing on here. So Sherry's got a reading. Okay, here's the scream. What time did she get killed? I was stood by the boxing game, waiting to see if anyone was going to beat my score. I'm sure I heard a scream from that funny little hut. Someone even joked it was someone not liking the sound of their future. Anyway, happy to report that despite a last-minute effort, I still won. But I understand underhanded sneaking in the last minute. So you just want to let us know you did the boxing. Okay, so this is a little bit weird, but let's see. The boxing happens at 11 p.m. She hears a scream before and near 11 p.m. I think this is just Annie getting into a screaming fight with her when she tells Annie I can't remember if it's Annie or the wife, whoever she's having the reading with, that she's an ungrateful cow. We need to find out which one is which one she's telling. Whether she's probably telling her husband that her husband's cheating and that's why she got a hotel for herself. And look, here's Gary Ramsey on the scene. Having delivered the donuts, he's hanging around and betting on the boxing contest. So this puts him near the scene of the crime. It looks like it gives him an alibi, right? Because he's here at 11. But really, he's poisoned her, so he didn't have to be the one who hit her at 11 p.m. So this is not an alibi for poisoning. I think that's all we're finding out here. Did anyone get a reading? I went about 10-ish, but there was a jumped up policeman told me she's on a break, so guess what that is? This is exactly what we talk about you want in a game. When we first read this, we read this as there being a security guard, a jumped up policeman, doing security. And then this person says he should have been paid more attention, shouldn't he? But now we can see what really is going on here. It's our cop come to kill her. I think that's what it is. I think it's our cop hanging around, scaring people away. The chat points out that the argument here with the scream couldn't have been this person screaming, because that happened at 9:30. Okay, so the scream, that just means the scream was her death at 11. And, which is all the better. That's what we want. So we thought when we first read this that this was a security guard, but I think this is someone seeing our crooked cop on the scene of the crime. He should have paid more attention then, shouldn't he? Bunch of idiots. He was paying attention. He was getting rid of people so he could kill her. Now, Sue, what if you were about to meet one, Sue? Did she give a time frame? I don't really care, Dell. I like bonds. I don't know what this is. This is just someone. What if you were about to meet one, Sue? They're talking about something. I don't know why. It doesn't seem like it's relevant for our case. This is just maybe the fortune teller told her you're about to meet a handsome stranger. Someone told Sue, the fortune teller told Sue earlier that she was going to meet a brunette that she was going to marry. And he's saying, what if you're about to meet one? Did she give you a time frame? And Sue says, I don't care. I like bonds. Okay. And Blake is further adding to that the little in-joke of our fortune teller is she tells everyone she's going to meet a tall, dark stranger. So this is a little joke about this person saying, I don't care what she said. I don't want a tall, dark stranger. I like blondes. Okay, that's funny. All right, so let's go over our, let's take a break. Let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll go over our theory, and then we'll maybe decode those ciphers, even though I don't think we need it anymore. I think we know what's happened, but we should nail down some loose ends. Who she got in the fight? Oh, we have to find out what secret each person had. We know some of them, but not all of them. So we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll continue. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I think we've pretty much solved this case, but we do have some ciphers to go through. They're not going to be codes like we find. They don't seem like they're codes that we're going to have to sit down and think hard about. They're basically just going to be decrypting them for the most part, and then going on the internet to find out the codes, how to decrypt, that we know what they are, but not how to decode them. We'll talk about that when we get to our review. Maybe there'll be one exception to that. It feels to me like we know the case is billed as internet optional. It almost feels to me like, and we haven't seen this before, that the author is using the codes as a hint system, like as an optional hint system, which is why we avoided working on them until now. But we'll find out if that's true when we do it. And I think there are some loose ends we still have to find for each person. Let's do this now, actually, before we do these codes, to see if we're understanding the role of those codes. Let's see if we can't fill out some of this stuff. So, let's do the ones that we can. Eric Mate, here's the first guy. So it's asking us to write down his phone number. Okay, we identified his records. So we know that Eric's phone number is 0796622289. His bank account we've identified. I wonder if we're going to be quizzed on this, but his bank account here is 841233791. Okay. And then we've got, what's his guilty secret? Okay, so we know he's stealing items from client house. And plus cheating on his wife. And who knows what other tax evasion he's up to. No sign of any other criminal stuff going on, though. He's drinking a lot, and he's gambling, and he doesn't have much money in the bank. Oh, look, he's gone negative. But he does have work. So you might add to that his gambling debt. But that's not really... You can't blackmail someone about gambling debt, I don't think. All right, now what's his alibi? Well, I'll tell you what his alibi. Do you remember? His alibi is that he's having sex in his car at 11 p.m. So his alibi is sex in car with Annie. And at the same time, Annie's alibi is sex in car with Eric. And that's from Facebook. Okay. That's Eric. And now let's go to Annie and let's do Annie. So, what's Annie's secret that she could be blackmailed about? Is it just that she's having the affair with a married man? That doesn't seem like a big... You could blackmail someone with that. Could you? Is there something else? I wonder if we're not missing something about what Annie's doing. She got really angry at the circus woman. She's a black belt with karate and judo. We might have to find if there might be something in the newspaper about her dirty secret. She's got a child and no husband. I wonder if she didn't kill her husband. Was there a story in the paper? There was a story about a murder that was ruled an accident. So what we're going to do here for Annie, I'm going to put affair with married man, but I don't believe this is sufficient. I don't believe you can blackmail someone who's not married because they're having an affair with a married man. That won't get you fired. Stacy says the affair is important because she could lose her son. Well, that's a good point. I think Annie does have a husband on an oil rig. She could wind up divorced and lose custody. Okay. So you're saying she's living alone, but she's not single. That's a very good point. I read it as her ex-husband. Mommy said, let's read what it says about her. She lives alone with her 10-year-old son. Says she and her son went to the circus before returning home at 8 p.m. where they remained. Okay. So she had a reading done, wanted to have an update reading, but planned to go back the next day as her son was complaining about being cold. Okay. So we're going to put feared loss of custody and divorce. Okay. So maybe that is a sufficient secret then. You're right. That's a very good point about losing custody of the son, whether she's married or not. And it sounds like maybe she even still is married. Okay, next, let's look at Michelle. Michelle Matte. Okay, so Michelle, we know what her guilty secret is, right? She's using donated funds for luxury. I wonder if she doesn't even not have cancer. Could she be faking her cancer? Do we have enough evidence for that? We know she's not saving this money for treatment, and we know she says she's at the hospital overnight, but she's not really. Yes, Stacy and Natina are talking about Annie's son, talking about living with the husband. Yes, I know all that. I just wasn't sure whether they were divorced or not. I kind of assumed they were divorced, but it makes sense because he's on an oil rig. That's the kind of job that the husband has to take to go away, even though they're still married. So I think you guys are right. There's no sign that they're divorced. So back to Michelle's guilty secret. We know she's using her funds to live a luxurious life of spa. I was just wondering if we have any evidence that she doesn't actually have cancer, other than her not saving the money for it. We know she's not saving the money, she's just using it. We know she's making appointments at spa. She says, no problem, I'm at the hospital, probably here the night. Anyway, don't worry, just blood tests taking ages. Then she books a double room. I think she's having an affair with someone, but I don't know who. I wonder if we can't find that out. I wonder if, I think we still, she's a bicycle shop owner. She got into an assault. I think we need to, she thought she might have stayed at the hospital at the end. She was allowed to go home. She went straight to bed. I think we need to put a question mark about whether she was seeing someone. All right. Michelle's phone number. Michelle's phone number is, according to our guesses, 07814771116, and her bank account 918, sorry, 980-67761. And then Annie, I forgot to write her down. Annie's bank account didn't even have a number on it. But Annie's phone number is 078248646. We don't have a bank account. This all-star service for the discerning professional doesn't even list your bank account. So we'll just put not available. Unless there's some other way to get it. Let's not worry about that for now. Okay, Gareth, our cop. Gareth's telephone number . 07966222301. His bank account 841011010. Okay. So Gareth's guilty secret, he is working with burglars. His alibi, he claims he was at scene of robbery, which is a lie. That's our conclusion. Michelle's alibi, her alibi was that she's at the bar. And the bar, yeah, she's at bar. Her alibi is at bar. Now she's claiming to be home, right? But we know she's at her bar. That's her true alibi. All right. Now we've got Gary Ramsey. So Gary Ramsey's bank account, 7658489. His phone number 07595011170. I almost wonder if you can call these phone numbers, but they're clearly not important for us. Okay, so now what's his secret? His secret is his real identity of, where's our newspaper? His real identity is George Riley. And he's on the lam. Now, what's his alibi? Do you remember? His alibi was at the boxing winner presentation. We know that because we know that that's 11 p.m. and we know it says you have to be there to collect your money. I don't remember where it says you have to be there to collect your money, but I remember it says that. Okay, so those are our people. We haven't filled out anything for the husband because we don't think the husband is being blackmailed. So he doesn't have an entry at all here, I believe. Right? We have no information from him. Now, the only question mark, so his alibi, he's given an alibi, Gary, for where he was at the time of the murder, which is all valid. So these are all valid alibis, as far as we know. But we think he is the poisoner. And the cop is our bludgeoner. One had a bad alibi. Yeah, our cop has the bad alibi. He says he was at the scene of the robbery at 11 p.m. and we know from the police records that in fact at the 11 p.m. robbery, the only one that's there, all these units are there, but not him. But it's posted all over Facebook, so he probably heard about it from a fellow cop or whatever, so he used that as his alibi. So the cop's alibi is bad. And the husband has no alibi. So now he has an alibi for the time of the murder. That's all he needs to know. Okay, so the only item on my list that I have any doubt that I feel like might be a loose end is if Michelle, we know she's using the donated funds. That's enough of a guilty secret to be blackmailed about. That she doesn't have cancer. That's what it's going to be. She doesn't have cancer. She's just raising money. I just wonder, it's a little weird. I think maybe the double room is just meant to throw us off the track about maybe lure us into making a mistake about if she's having an affair with anyone. She books her double room. She's at the bar, spending a lot of money at the bar. What about her phone records? She's talking to her husband. He says, I'll be with you in 10 minutes. She says, sorry, I'm running late. I'll be there in 10. She's running late at 12:57. 12:57 on the 1st at 12:57. I'm trying to see if I can catch her anywhere. I'm running late. Be there in 10 minutes on Friday. 12:57 on Friday. An hour later, she's in the spa. I'm still at the hospital. At 6:27, she says she's at the hospital. But she's drinking at the bar at 2300. That's 11. Okay, she's at the hospital for a while, then she goes to the bars and stuff. She books her room. A welcome drink tonight. It's just a little weird that she's booking a double room. Isn't the husband the ring thief? Yes, her husband is the ring thief. But my question is, why is the only thing that's throwing me off a little bit is Michelle booking a double room. She's claiming to go for cancer treatments, but she's really spending all her money in the spa. She's booked an appointment at 1 p.m. with Ashley for massage and scalp treatment. She can use the spa and gym. She leaves the hospital, books a deluxe double room with dinner. I mean, maybe she's just living it up on her own. It's just, I wonder if there's someone she's having an affair with. Here she calls and books the hotel at 6:20. Yeah. This is sort of interesting. The husband comes and picks her up at 11:42. And then she says, sorry, I'm running late, be there in 10. I thought she was talking to her husband, but she's not. She's talking to her appointment for the spa. She's messaging her spa people and from the hospital. She gets taken to the hospital. He picks her up, the husband. He takes her to the hospital. And then she gets to the hospital, the husband leaves, and she immediately leaves from the hospital to the spa. So she actually didn't spend any time in the hospital, so she definitely doesn't have cancer. So it's not just that she's not spending any time in the hospital for the cancer sale. So it's not clear to me why she's booked a double room, but it doesn't seem to be important to anything. She's not having any conversations with anyone. So she could be having an affair with someone, but it's not someone on our list. We don't think it's the husband. That's the only thing we would maybe worry about, that it's Reginald. But we know it's not Reginald because he presents the prize money. So I guess Reginald's alibi is presenting. Reginald does have an alibi presenting prize money. So actually Reginald does have an alibi, a reason to rule him out. He hasn't missed it in 23 years. Okay, so we don't know who is having an affair, who Michelle was sleeping in that double room with. Maybe no one. Jonathan says, oh, maybe there were just no single deluxe rooms, or maybe she just wants to live in style, so she's like, give me the biggest room you got. Price is no object. I'm paying for it from cancer money. All right. I think we've solved the case. Let's go through these ciphers because we're completionists and we want to see what this is. Okay, let's start with the ones we can do. Actually, we're not going to do any of these by hand because we know how to do them. We did the binary one in the last one. Um, let's see. Can we decode the Pig Latin? Who knows how to read? Who remembers how to do Pig Latin? I never did it as a kid. I know the idea. Eve ice spray. I think it's just they pray or something. Any affair with, oh, there it is, with married man and neglect your only child, you are angel. Something. You're no angel. You're no angel. Neglect your only child, you're no angel. Something, so married man and, so having an affair. You're having an affair with a married man, you neglect your only child, you're no angel. Okay, so this is Annie. So Annie, we should check. If we checked Annie, we'll find that she has got a $2,000 blackmail. That's Annie. Okay. All right. The rest of these, we're told the different ciphers that are used. This is again like optional hint. So where's our list of ciphers? Here. So that was the Pig Latin cipher. Binary Morse code, pig pen, and leet. This is going to be leet speak. This is using numbers for letters. So from elderly customers, truly despicable. So this says stealing from elderly customers, truly despicable. So leet speak is a kind of computer slang where you use numbers for letters and that kind of stuff. I don't know if there's a formality to it. Yes, okay, so this is going to be about Eric Mate, the builder. And we should confirm that he's got a $2,000 blackmail. Whoops. $2,000 blackmail. There he is, stealing from elderly customers. Truly despicable. You can see it's just the 5 turns to an S. PHROM from. The 3 turns to an E. Okay, that was the leet speak. And now I've got Morse code, binary, and pig pen. These you would need to look up in a computer unless you remembered it. So let's go to Morse code translator. Let's see if I can find type your message here, normal or Morse code using dot and dash. Separate letters by spaces. Okay, so let's try some of this. Hopefully, let's see, can I go here? So dash, dot, dash, dash, space. It's kind of a pain in the ass to do this on a tablet. Dot, dot, dash. If someone can do this more easily, please type it in and let me know. Oh, you can't see it, is the problem. 2, 3, 4, space, dot, dash. Let's do this so far and see what we get. Y. Oh, it's not quite right. The space here. You have H-A-V-E. I'm going to skip. You have dot, space, dot, 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 dash, space, oops, space, dot, space, dot, dash, dot, space, dash, dot, dash, dash, space, dash, dash, dash. Let's see what we got so far. You have everyone. Well, I sort of don't have the patience to do it all since we know it's our final $2,000 blackmail. But you have everyone fooled. You don't have cancer is what this is going to be. Let's find Michelle. So that's Michelle, our last 2,000. So we've got Annie, Eric, and this is going to be Michelle. So Michelle's Morse code is going to translate, you have everyone fooled. I know you don't have cancer. Oh, but this is the one that we kind of like to know if she's having an affair with someone. But let's just skip it if someone wants to put it in. If I was on a computer, I could type it in a lot quicker. I'm going to leave it here if someone wants to screenshot it and type it in, or maybe for later, but it's too painful to do on a tablet. But we know this is Michelle. We know she says you have everyone fooled, you don't have cancer, but I don't know, we could find cancer, C-A-N-C-E-R or C-A-N-N-C-E-R. I don't know which one's cancer, but okay. So then our last, no, we've got two more. We've got two 5,000s. So let's try a binary translator. I should have used my laptop. Text to binary, that's not what we want. We want binary to text. It's too much. It's too much to type in. On a tablet, it's such a pain. Okay, here, let's see if I can do it this way. Let's see if it'll switch to it. We'll either lose it completely or it's gonna connect in. Oh, look at that. Okay, so let's try this a little easier. Binary translator. Okay, binary to text. Let's see if we can do it a little easier here. What? Stupid ads. Okay, so where was it? 011001. Where did I leave off? In cahoots. Yes. Okay. In cahoots. This is kind of painful, isn't it? I don't know why I'm having trouble putting these in. You know what it is? It's that it's not, I did more than 8 once and it's corrupting all the others. Okay, in cahoots with the very people. Ugh, people you Problem is if I look away, I lose my place. This is going to be, this is the cop in cahoots with the very people you should. Protecting. be protecting. Come on, guys. Protecting 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, okay. 0, 1, 1, 1, 0, 100. What's happening here? Is there an extra letter here? That's what it is. Okay. Okay, that's gotta be so painful to have to sit through. But this is our culprit, so I wanted us to decode that message completely and get it. In cahoots with the very people you should be protecting us from. Okay, so this is our cop with our $5,000 one. And then the last one would be this one, which we think is called the Pig Pen Cipher. Okay, there's the Pig Pen Cipher, which is this symbol here. It'd be nice to get a bigger view of it. So in case you haven't seen this before, it's kind of cute. This seems to come up a lot in games. I'm not sure exactly why in these kinds of games. But basically, it's a little hard to wrap your head around. But if you look at this symbol here, the less than arrow and a dot, and then you look up on this screen, you can see the Y would be sitting where there's a less than symbol and then a dot. So the first one's a Y. The next one here, let's see if we can, yeah, I don't have a good, I need to set up a split screen that's properly done, but I'm just going to leave it, I'll leave it here and fill it in as I go. I'll leave it here and fill it in. So this one here is an O, this is going to be a U, this is going to be R, P, A, S, T, L, I, F. Your past life, this is gonna be Gary Romer, right? W. That's I. L, L, C, A, T, C, H, U. Your past life will catch up with you. I'm just guessing on these with you, and then go back to G, E, O. This is going to be George Riley, something like that. George Riley. Then we've got O, U, K, I, L, L. You killed. N, E, E, D, These last ones seem a little wrong. The people you killed need closure. People you need closure. Okay, so boy, that was a little stressful, but your past life will catch up with you. George Riley or something George. The people you killed need closure. Okay. All right, well, let it not be said that we do not follow through to the end, although I can see that could have been, probably was very painful. I should have kept that open because I think we're ready to solve it. Before we take our final break, before we come back, well, I guess we don't need to take a break. That was painful, but let's, are we ready to solve it? Does anyone have any issues that they feel like we haven't nailed down yet, that are unresolved, that you want to re-examine? I feel like we've gone through all the evidence and know it pretty well. I feel like we went through the Facebook document. We understand that well. The calls we understand well. Michelle, we don't know if she's having an affair with someone. The drop sheet, most of that looks like it's irrelevant for us. If there's something there that we think is important for someone else, I don't think so, though. We've got our victim and our cop. That seems to be the only important thing. Let me point out that our author, in the first case, can we get a good image of the Morse code? I might look into it later. Okay. In the first case, here's the Morse code. Let's give a close-up. In the first case, we had a letter from a D Messing at Legal Eagles, which was a reference to a movie. Now let's look at this. Clearly, Catherine Thompson is a movie fan. Look at what we've got here. C. Starling, that's going to be Clarice Starling from Silence of the Lambs. Buffalo Bill, also Silence of the Lambs. Joan Crawford. Hannibal Lecter. A lamb. Harris is the author of Silence of the Lambs, I believe. Miggs is from Silence of the Lambs, I believe, also a character. Chilton also, I believe. So this is all Silence of the Lambs. Is not 6 letters, but I'm guessing that the word search is going to have something to do with Silence of the Lambs. There's lambs. And surely silence is going to be in here easy somewhere. No, I'm not seeing it offhand. I don't see. Probably you guys can see this that I'm missing. Do you go diagonally when you do these things? Are you allowed to go diagonally? Still don't see it there. I don't think so. I don't know if you can only go straight across. There's an S but no I. There's an S but no I. There's an S and I. Doesn't work. I don't see silence. That's kind of weird. Okay. 6 words follow a film theme. You can do diagonals in a word search, says Jonathan. Can you change direction? I still don't see how you get silence, but surely it's there. There's our S with an I and an L. Where would be our E? S, I, L, there it is. If you're allowed to go diagonally, no, there's no N. This is like the hardest part of this mystery, is finding the word silence, which surely must be here somewhere. All right, while I'm drawing a blank, maybe you guys can figure it out. Top right going down. Top right going down. I don't know. There is Clarice. Clarice. Okay, there's Clarice. Okay. Stacy's giving us a quote from Silence of the Lambs. You have everyone believing you're ill, sick, but not in the way they think. All right, we should do this after we finish this case, maybe, for fun. Okay. So, any last questions before we do it? Noah Walter says screaming. Was there a screaming in here somewhere? All right, I'm upset. I'm getting too wrapped up in the word search. That's the Morse code. Hi guys, good morning. You're looking for a famous line from a movie. Okay, all right, now, so let's stop here for a second. Catherine Thompson has joined the chat. I assume that's Catherine Thompson. Now, Catherine, do not give us any hints. Nothing, no hints, no more hints. But we haven't solved it yet. We just got distracted by noticing that the names here are all part of Silence of the Lambs, another movie reference, which makes sense that it's tied into the word search. So we knew this was Silence of the Lambs stuff. And all right, so what let's not get distracted for this. Let's solve the case first. Natina says Chianti is in there. Okay, let's see. Where's your Chianti? You guys seem to want to solve this before we submit our final solution. Okay, where do you see Chianti? C-H-I, then we lose it. Are you allowed to move around when you do word search puzzles? Like, can you start in one direction and then change? Where's your Chianti? Is Chianti spelled with an H? Or you didn't find it? Okay, that's it. We're going to get lost in this and forget where we are in this case. It doesn't seem like... So, Catherine, we are about to solve it. And we've summarized our thoughts. We've filled out our sheet of alibis, suspects, bank accounts, telephone numbers. So let's go to the... I'll tell you what we'll do. Since it's been 53 minutes for this section, Jonathan says you can't change direction. So here's what we'll do. We will take our break now for 5 minutes, except instead of doing our normal break, what we will do is we will put up the word search. We'll put up the word search like this, and we'll just spend 5 minutes as our break with the word search on the screen. All right, let's see if we can do this properly. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna leave this up. We'll break for 5 minutes. If you guys want to work on the word search and try to find the other 4 words, you can. When the 5 minutes are up, we will come back and solve the case. Go to our answers on the website. So have at it for 5 minutes or take a break. Okay. I mean, it has to be, you're, sorry to come back. I think we're ready to come back. It's going to be the 6 words in the thing. So, lambs, Clarice. The lambs are screaming, Clarice, something like that. Are the lambs still screaming, Clarice, something like that? All right, so what did you find here? Let's turn off this blinking thing. All right, have you guys figured it out now? Where was the screaming? Is there screaming? There's still... Lambs are still screaming, Clarice. Where is screaming? But where is screaming? How can screaming fit in here? Between the Z and the B at the top. Screaming. And then we just need our the. Okay. Are the lambs still screaming, Clarice? Okay, something like that. Okay. All right, so that's that. If you want to email Catherine to have the money donated to the Anthony Nolan Blood Cancer Charity. Okay, that was fun that we got that solved. Now let's get back to our real task. We're ready to submit the solution to the case. Any final thoughts before we do it of anything you want to have resolved? I'm assuming not, otherwise you would have spoken up. So let's go to the website and let's put in our answer. Okay, so I guess we go to clues to solve it. Find the clues. Well, okay, if you'll remember the way the clues worked, actually this is case 1. Okay, so case 2. The way that they've set up these clues is just you can click on places to get little clues. I don't think we even need to do it for this one. We could do it and get something revealed, but okay, are we ready to get our answers? I think we are. Let's do it. You're about to reveal the true identity of Jokinda's killer. Only proceed if you think you know the answers. We're all ready, right? You would have spoken up if you weren't. Okay, here we go. So, remember, this is exactly how it was before, where we've got each suspect has a section that we can click to see their motive, their alibi, whether they're guilty or not guilty. So let's see, how do we want to do this? Let's find our cop killer. We think he's the one that did the actual murder, or at least she would have died of poison if not murder, but let's do the cop, Gareth Picayune. Okay, here we go. His motive, we said he was the corrupt cop doing the burglary, working with the burglars. Gareth is taking bribes from local burglars to look the other way as they commit crimes. Not just look the other way, he was helping them know when there were cameras. If this information got out, he would be very likely to get sent to prison, which is not the nicest place for former police officers. All right, what was his alibi? Remember, he claimed he was at a burglary at 11 p.m., but we know he wasn't. Gareth has no alibi and is the murderer. Despite being on duty, he appears to have dodged doing any work and instead murdered Jokinda. He tried to hide his involvement by placing love rival Eric Matt's business card into Jokinda's cold dead hand. That was an early theory. We specified that, but we should have recapped it at the end to make sure we were on record saying that's what happened. But obviously that was what we believed. Okay, here we go. He did claim to have an alibi. That might have been nice to note that, but that it wasn't. Okay, ready? Here we go. So here's our first answer, is that he's guilty. Guilty. We caught him. All right, so we caught our primary suspect, the corrupt cop. Now let's go find out if we got the poisoner right. Okay, so the last poisoner was Gary Ramsey. We know his motive was that he was the George Riley who had gotten people killed in a fire. Remember, I saw early on he had burns on his face, etc. Gary is George Riley, director of Bridgeville Mill and responsible for negligence for the death of 19 people in a 2016 explosion. Jokinda was threatening to reveal his true identity, which would have led him to being imprisoned. What was his alibi? His alibi was he was going to be collecting the boxing prize at 11 p.m. Gary was at the fair and close by when Jokinda was murdered. However, the crime was committed by a right-handed assailant. Gary is guilty of attempted murder, however, as he sent Jokinda a box of poisoned donuts, which would have killed her had Gary not done it first. Okay, so this is a little weird. First of all, we did note he was left-handed, so that would be another reason why he couldn't be the bludgeoner. It's weird that this second paragraph is here. This shouldn't be here. This should be under guilty or not guilty. I guess this is going to say not guilty because of he wasn't the bludgeoner, but it would make more sense for this second paragraph to be under guilty or not guilty. So, I mean, obviously we got all of this right. It's just I would put this Gary is guilty of attempted murder down here under guilty. It shouldn't be revealed as part of his alibi. It's part of what he was doing. Okay, so we got this right. We got everything right so far. Let's see. So Reginald, the husband, we've got nothing on him. His alibi was he was presenting the boxing, but we don't think he was involved. He does have a motive, though, for the insurance. So let's see what this says. Motive, none. There's nothing in the case file to imply that he has a motive. He's a good guy. Well, we concluded that, but he's got a very good potential motive. £500,000 of insurance money. That's a motive. He claimed he was making enough money from her as a performer, but I don't buy it. Okay, he's monitoring the boxing competition, giving away the prize, regular activity. So yes, that was his alibi, so he's not guilty. Okay. Next up, Michelle. So Michelle was the person faking her cancer. So her motive was, Michelle is lying about having treatment for cancer. She's doing this to generate cash via a giving account. Jokinda threatened to reveal this information if she did not receive payment. Her alibi is living it up at the Bogdale Spa and Hotel when the murder happened. That's what we said. So she's not guilty. Okay. Eric Mate. This was the fun guy. This is the guy who's stealing from his clients. Eric is a rogue trader who steals from vulnerable customers. Again, Jokinda threatened to reveal this secret to the world. Eric was spending quality time with Annie in his car parked on Fernley Road when the murder occurred. Remember, he's having sex in the car with the woman. We can find, that was in the Facebook stuff and in his notes. He was not guilty. She said, I don't want to, I'm too old for a car. He said, I'll get a hotel. And then he didn't. Okay, and now Annie was the one who was having an affair with the married man. She didn't want to lose custody. Annie's having an affair with the married man, which Jokinda threatened to reveal. There's nothing really to indicate that Annie would be driven to murder by this. So we disagreed slightly. We said that she could lose custody and get a divorce. That would be pretty serious. Her alibi was she was spending quality time with Eric in his car parked on Fernley Road, right? We said that. And then not guilty. And so that's it. That's the case. All right. So congratulations. We got everything correct. All of that. Now, we understood the case completely. We got everything correct. We don't disagree with the solution like we did a little bit with case 1. So we should take a moment now to pause and then review the game. But since we already took our word search pause, we're not going to take another 5-minute pause. We're just going to sit in silence for 1 minute. And then we will discuss our thoughts on the case. So for 1 minute now, everyone's going to sit and just cogitate on your thoughts about the game. We'll review it. We'll give our thoughts, what we liked, what we didn't, etc. For 1 minute, hopefully that's long enough. You took a break earlier. Then we'll come back. Hopefully Catherine is still here. If not, she'll watch this later. So 1 minute, we'll sit in silence just thinking our thoughts. Okay. I'm going to try. I can see I'm looking up at this new screen. It's better when it was behind the camera. All right. If Catherine's still here, let us know. Maybe Catherine doesn't want to say if she's here or not till she hears what we think of the game. Let's start out. Anna will say first. Oh, you know what? While you guys are giving your thoughts, I'll start to give some of my thoughts. Okay, so I really enjoyed this case. So we played it about 6.5 hours or so. I think an improvement over the previous case. It was a little more procedural. We had some moments where we were trying to wrap our heads around how to explain everything, but I would say more than the previous case and more than a lot of cases, it was more procedural, working our way through the documents, narrowing things down, making connections, rather than having long time periods where we were confused and mystified. So more on the work side of working through the documents than on really deep struggling with a set of facts that didn't make sense. And ideally, I think some of the more enjoyable parts of the best of these games have you really struggling to understand a set of facts. However, I believe this is probably the best case that I can remember us playing, the best case I can remember playing in terms of the enjoyment from going through dense sets of documents. All of those phone records, bank records, police records, Facebook posts, those are just some of the most dense, satisfying documents to really dig your teeth into. I don't remember playing another detective game that has been so satisfying to work through the nitty-gritty details of the documents. Satisfying in connecting pieces from one document to another one, satisfying in terms of trying to make sense of things. It was just like a gift that kept on giving. It's very fun to go through those financial documents and be like, oh, here he is buying equipment. Here they are doing this. Here was the cop going into the store just to case it. So he bought something. Here's the person buying the donuts. Like all of these documents were connected and they were very fun to just dig through for needles in haystacks and find useful information. And that was exceedingly satisfying and really, really well done. I do not believe we've played a game that has done this well at making those documents rich, deep, satisfying, worth your time. And that's pretty remarkable. And this is sort of the genre of this game, is having documents that are fun to go through. And I think maybe this is the best example I can remember. I mean, every document you look at, there were license plates, everything connected, and in ways that... Let's talk about this for a minute, then I'll check in with the chat. The worst of these kinds of games, you have a document, you go through it, and you say, that person was lying about this. I found what I need to from this document. You go through it, you can look at it, you say, left-handed, that means they're ruled out. Or here's a financial document, I found that they paid for the thing, it's done. Here, we went through documents over and over again, sifting for information, and we got a little more each time. That's very satisfying. And, really rich documents. I mean, look at the police document. Look at how detailed all of this is. And look how many different little pieces we found. We found the crime where the dog was called out for the burglary. We could see that our cop didn't go there.
we could see that at midnight he wasn't involved in this one. We could see this was a case that was mentioned about in Facebook that helped provide an alibi for some of our people. Then there was a bunch of stuff that's not related, but maybe a little bit funny. And then we saw where our cop was at different times in the day, that he wasn't doing stuff much at night. That he stopped by perhaps at this thing just to case it. I mean, very rich. Every document had that flavor. And newspaper had lots of little stuff and stories that were related. Just, I mean, of the use of docs. I'm curious to hear what Jonathan thinks, because Jonathan, and I'm not 100% sure how well that conveys across the screen. It's more sort of being able to lay out these documents and physically work with them and organize them and sort them into who they deal with. That's very fun physical set of actions. Figuring out for each suspect, we had their information, we had their interview, then we could figure out whose financial records go with each person and sort that out, whose phone records go with each person and sort them out. It's sort of a enjoyable actual process. Let's check in with the channel, then I have some more thoughts. We'll talk about it. There were some parts that didn't work as well as others that I think we have some criticisms to make, some suggestions. Overall, though, I think a more satisfying complete case than last week's case one, which was still good. Let's check in with the chat. Anna says it was a great case, very good documents, humor, interesting suspects. Really enjoyed this one. No real complaints. Thanks, Catherine. Noah says, I feel like it could have used some more review for typos and other errors. Some were possibly characters making errors. Even if that was the case, it's still a lot of errors. I thought it would be nice to have some sort of epilogue. None of those are severe issues, though. Great first live stream for me. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about those for a second. There were quite a few typos we found in the game. None of them really impacted us solving the case. They didn't really throw us off. Let me go away from the chat. I'll come back to it and catch Jonathan's comments. One of the typos, I believe Stacy has been playing with her set at home. She had corrected in her version, the left-handed, right-handed. That was the closest it came to being in trouble, because right-handed, left-handed, that was key to this, and there was a little bit of a typo. Thankfully, in two other places, it mentioned that it was on the left side of her face. There were a bunch of little typos. One recorded the date of the report as 2020 when it should have been in 2019. There were some issues about long street, short street. I do think this would have benefited from someone coming through and making another pass at catching those kinds of errors. It's kind of fun to imagine that some of the errors are errors by the humans involved in keeping notes. So maybe the human wrote down Long Street in his notes instead of Short Street. Personally, I think that's a very clever thing to do on purpose if it was true, but we've not seen any game that does actually try to have the humans making those kinds of mistakes. And based on the other mistakes we found about dates and in the paper, I'm inclined to believe they're just typos that slip through. Those things happen. None of them caused us any real problem. Now, Noah does point out that it would be nice to have an epilogue. And I think you could put that in the package of complaints, of issues we have with the way you solve this case at the end. And since Catherine's here and we have her ear, let's talk about that a little bit. These are narrative story games, and part of the reward is solving it, but the other part is getting, from my perspective, a sort of narrative solution. And this game is billed as internet optional. I think you could complain about that in two different ways. One is, oddly, you can't get the solution until you go on the website. That's an odd choice. It's unusual. Most of these games do have an envelope you open to read the solution. And I don't know why that's not in this case. And given I think there should be an envelope in these, physical envelope with the solution that you could open, so you don't have to go onto the internet for that. That's the first thing, that the answers could be physically provided. The second part of that is we've had complaints now in both cases that final solution web page is unsatisfying. We had some minor quibbles here about it being like motive, guilty or not guilty, guilty or not guilty. That was a little weird, but I think the broader complaint is in terms of being unsatisfying. After 6 hours going through this, what we want is we want a little epilogue. We want an epilogue telling us what happened, the person was arrested, and we want a deeper explanation of what happened. The best of these cases, when you get to the end, if you look at the Adventure series, there's a good example of the best of these cases. When you go to the website, it walks you through the case and tells you this is what happened. Then this guy showed up, like the cop showed up, he snuck in, he purchased the donuts, the husband, sort of an explanation for all the things that hopefully you caught. Maybe you didn't catch some of them, but you could see people might have missed things in this case. And the author has gone to some real trouble to formulate this very fun, cool story of two murderers. And I think that explanation should be there. You should be able to read what really happened. Not just one paragraph summary of each person, guilty or not guilty, but here's the story. Here's what unfolded. That is the reward we want to read when we get to the end. It should be included physically, but it should be available somewhere. Another thing that was a slight miss related to that, although I could live without it, was this case sort of presented an interesting task in this sheet that is unusual, which is saying, you know, what was their secret? What was their telephone number, bank account? I don't need the website to test me on this, but I think, you know, it would be nice to give the person these informations so you could check and make sure you get it correct. Not critical for me, but you know, if you were asking for ways to improve it, I think a key way we've all identified is the end experience. The end experience in terms of like the way those clues even, there's a good example, the clues. Here's another way that this end experience is suboptimal. I guess we go back. So here's how you get clues for this case. Let's see. There's case one. Okay, and here's case two. Here's how you get clues for this case. You randomly pick a place on this thing, click it, and it asks you to follow up or tells you some information. Autopsy. What does Jokinda's injury tell us about the suspect? This can be cross-referenced with the suspect details provided. So it's telling us to look at left-handed, right-handed. Here's one that says, here's the business card. Here's in two different locations. Explore the phone records to see where. So why is that a bad way to do a hint system? It's a bad way because you have no idea what clue you're getting till you click on it. And then you're just getting a random clue that may leak information that you wish you didn't get helped with. The better way to do hints in some of these games is like a little sequence or ladder of different areas that say like, hey, do you need help in understanding this vague term, this vague thing? If so, then click it to reveal this clue. And often they've got like a chain of them, so it'll give you a very brief clue at first and then a little more elaborate one. This is not really what you want from a hint system. You want a hint system that lets you pinpoint the areas you need help with and gives you just enough information till you know, okay, I stop. So that's it. So sort of most of our complaints are all with that end thing. But, you know, it's only worth talking about this because the case was so good and enjoyable in other ways. I think there may be a little more to say on that, but let's catch back up with the chat. Jonathan says, I agree with Jesse, though great documents. Always enjoy learning more about character personalities through text and social media posts. That's a great example. Jesse also noted sense of humor. Bit of negative. Some components felt more like included by feeling expected, like the flyer for the circus, some photos, little case journals. These could use some work to feel more rewarding. Okay, let's talk about a couple of those things there. And Jonathan mentioned something that didn't occur to me, but I think is worth dwelling on, because there's certain things that the author of this, Catherine Thompson, does really well. And you almost, it's interesting. You play these games, if you haven't played a lot of them, you might not realize when someone is doing something really well. And it feels like Catherine I'm not sure how many games of this type Catherine has played. I would have some suspicions that not that many, because of the ending, the way the ending is done. But on the other hand, then she's like a savant at doing certain things really well. And I was going to focus on the sense of humor. That's absolutely one of the areas that I always have got like a little spider sense going for in terms of how good is this game going to be. And the little areas of subtlety and humor in this case exceeded even the previous case. And there are real moments of humor in the newspaper. And then this Facebook stuff is like dense with humorous, funny stuff, funny lines that are both relevant and funny. The person talking about, I'm glad I managed to see her. I queued up after an hour. And then the person saying, seriously, it's always about you, Sherry. And she's saying, no, that's not what I'm saying. She was good at her stuff. Like there's this very believable, sarcastic comments. Like this is very good writing, very believable, good writing, and funny and subtle. But two more things have to be said about that Jonathan brings up. The first thing is not obvious if you don't play these games, but what Jonathan said is very true. You're dealing with these mysteries of these different suspects, and you really want to get a feel for personalities and the type of people they are. And this use of their text messages, and in this case, a lot of it, right? Like we had 5 people and we had text message logs from all 5. It made them feel like real people. They were sneaking around. They were lying. One was selling the ring of the customer. The customer was asking where it was. And we had to figure out who was talking to who. But not only the details of trying to solve those puzzles, but just the psychological enjoyment of getting to know these people as humans. And then all these people in Facebook, we got to know their little personalities. That really worked, and it really brings you much more immersed in the world. Now, in addition to the humor and the subtlety, there were a couple of moments that are some of my favorite moments in these kinds of games. And a good example of one was this little joking about the cop, how all these people are talking about the circus and everything. And then this Maggie person posted, anyone get a reading from her last night? I went about 10-ish, but there was a jumped up policeman told me she's on a break. Why are they managing circus cues anyway? And the reply person says, he should have paid more attention then, shouldn't he? Smiley face laughing with crying, talking about how the cop wasn't paying attention. This woman got murdered. And then this person says, bunch of damn idiots or whatever. Well, we read that first. That was kind of funny. Then when we figured out eventually during the case that it's the corrupt cop that actually did the murder, then this puts this moment in a completely different perspective. You're like, oh, that was our cop. He was on the scene. He wasn't doing a bad job of just making trouble for people. He was keeping people away so he could get in and do his thing. And there were a couple times like this, even this last statement here was just here for humor, but we were reading this little interaction here. Del Smith says, but what if you were just about to meet one, Sue? Did she give a time frame? And Sue says, I don't really care, Dell. I like blondes. And we were sort of joking about that, like, that's okay, we figured out it was unrelated to our case, it's just a throwaway. And then I forget who it was, Stacy or someone else said, yeah, you know what that's a reference to? That's a reference to this little fun element of our murder victim where she loses her powers for a while and says that her strategy is she just tells everyone they're about to meet a dark, handsome stranger. Tall, dark stranger. This is a little joke reference to this person not wanting to meet a tall, dark stranger. She wants to meet a blonde. Very clever, very humorous things that click in. And this part about her diary and losing her powers, this kicks back to what Jonathan was saying about bringing us psychologically involved with these characters and making us feel engaged. Like, this helps that. This really makes us feel connected to a victim. And I think that's important. You'd be surprised how many of these games don't make any effort to make you care and connect with the victim. Now, our victim was blackmailing people. But even so, it helps to get a feel for her. She wasn't all that bad. She was going to tell that one woman. But it makes them feel real and alive. Let's check back in with the chat. Jonathan points out some negatives about the command. So most of these documents we loved. There's a couple of documents that you could say could use a little work, like these two documents here. If you look at some of the adventure cases are some of the best in terms of the work that goes into preparing the documents. These are a little weird in terms of, like, you can tell, for example, that all of this is meant to be writing by the detective, that it's all computer font. It's sort of obviously a computer font. And, you know, ideally you'd like that to be better. This is a little odd. This is fine. But I'd say, you know, this could be improved. I don't think it's critical. I'm okay with it as it is. I'm just saying if you wanted to sort of make it more deluxe. Same thing here. Here's her private journal, but it's all font printed. It's just a weird, and fonts printed here. I mean, I understand you would want to do it, especially if you wanted to translate it to different languages, which there's no reason this shouldn't be translated to other languages. But it's just an area. It looks like, you know, it was hand put together. To me, that I would put on the bottom of priorities. It's completely fine. Stacy says her journal looks a little different on the front. Much better. Okay, so maybe they made a second edition. Again, for me, I would put that very low priority. I'd much rather you make a better profit or be able to produce it cheaper than try to make these super deluxe props. I'm just pointing out that it's one of the things there. Jonathan says, here's a nice touch. The different colored stock for the different person of interest reports. At first wondered why, but then realized it's a general hint to sort documents by suspects. Yes, that's a good point. Like, we could see everyone got a yellow sheet for their police report, a green sheet for their person of interest. The banks all had different banks with their different things. Nice attention to detail, how 2 people had mobile phone in one company, 3 people had mobile phone by a different company. Those were all really nice touches. I do think, Anna says, interesting suspects, lots of details. They sound believable, real quality writing. Yes, I do think it's also worth complimenting this staging of this mystery. It's very frequent in the lesser quality of these mysteries to be like, here's the dead person, here are the 5 suspects, figure out the one that killed this person. Very straightforward, very simple. You can eliminate people very quickly by their alibis. This was a little twist on that because it was sort of presented to us as, here's the murder victim, find the suspect. But then it threw us a much more interesting case. It said, oh, by the way, this is all a blackmail situation. So you're going to have to find for each person what they did that was making them be blackmailed. Did they pay the blackmail? Did they try to commit murder? And then not only that, but it threw us this little twist about 2 possible suspects. And then the suspects were related or were having relationships with each other. So it was a surprise bonus. You're not just trying to solve this very simple case of one murderer and one victim and one weapon. So that was quite good. What else can we say? But boy, for me, the star of this were all of those documents with so many little details. Now, we've seen now both cases. Case 1 had all these elevator records. This case had all of these different records. I would almost, like, this would be very high on my list of cases to recommend to a group as their first kind of game in this genre, because those documents are so enjoyable to dig into. Okay, my last big critique, and again, this one compared with the same problem in case 1 is what sort of suggests to me that Catherine Thompson is sort of doing an amazing job and just making some almost, I don't know if you would call it beginner mistakes. This sounds presumptuous to say, but things that are a little odd. But the ciphers are weird. The ciphers and codes are weird. Now, when we finished this case before we got to the ciphers, Blake said, I'm going to step out. This is not really my thing. And I think maybe it was Stacy who said in the beginning, the ciphers are going to be key to figuring out the last piece of the puzzle. My intuition told me that the ciphers weren't going to be important. That's why we saved them for last. And we solved the case before we read the ciphers. When we decoded the ciphers, we knew everything already. It was just a matter of who was which cipher. Now, here are the issues with this cipher. If you're the author of this, if you're thinking about what to do about those ciphers, how to treat them, where to put them. One of the questions that came up, I don't know, it might have been Blake or someone said, are they there just because the author felt like you need to have those in this type of game? Or maybe it was Noah said, I'm not used to this genre. Are there always ciphers and codes? So here's what I would say. There almost always are ciphers and codes. It almost always is present in this kind of game to a different degree. Some people come to expect it, so you could see if you were making this case, you might feel like you have to do that. And in this game, you might on paper say, how wonderful, you've got 4 in there. 4 different ciphers. 4 or 5? 5 different ciphers in there. Some are straightforward. They were sort of Pig Latin. You could be able to decode it and look at it. So as I see it, we've got a bunch of problems there. The first one we ran into today, which was that it's just busy work. 2 of those ciphers you could sort of look at and figure out with a little bit of work. Morse code, ASCII binary, and the pig code. You can't know how to, you can't, 0.0001% of the population can decode those without looking them up. I could decode the ASCII without looking it up. I certainly can't decode Morse code letters or the other one. Now, what does that mean? That means the only way to solve that is go on the internet and type in, pig code, binary code. Now, you saw what happened when we did the binary code. We got to the binary code, and with a tablet at least, it was a pain in the arse to type all that in to get information we already knew. We just had to sit here for 5 minutes. Now, the Morse code was much worse on a tablet. The point is, it's just busy work. it can't be done super quickly. There were long messages to decode. They were not important for us to get information on, and they required the internet. So lots of brute force grunt work. You need the internet. It's not requiring your mental agility. It's not requiring you to think. It's not requiring you to figure out. You're not staring down at it and saying, let's try to figure out how we could understand this code. And I think that's a real miss. The best of these cases, if you were going to try to, if you were asking me for advice on how to do these in the future, I would say you don't need 5, and you just pick 1 and try to come up with a code that someone could figure out without having to go on the internet. And that's not easy to do, but there are ways to do it. And ideally, make it so that once you figure it out, you get the answer quickly and don't have to decode 50 letters. That kind of thing. It's also a very odd situation where you can see that if you don't want the internet to be required, then you have to make the ciphers optional. And if the ciphers are optional, it's a lot of work to go in for something optional. And it's weird because the player who's playing, imagine you took this off to a cabin and you wanted to work on it and you didn't have internet. I guess that's exceedingly rare. But the point is, you don't know that those ciphers are not important. Now, we knew from the previous case and from reading on the website about internet being optional, we sort of concluded that maybe the game doesn't really require you to get those ciphers. But I think that's a mistake. I think as a design, you would be better off having a small kind of code type of thing that requires the people to think about it for 10 minutes, really figure it out, not just a matter of, oh, it's Morse code, I'm going to look up on the internet how to decode Morse code. Make it something where the person has to figure out what numbers would they use to unlock the safe, and that's the number I will use in the cipher code, in a Caesar cipher. So that's a perfect example. Maybe you have a cipher that you need to rotate letters a certain number, and then the question is, what would that person use as their number? And then you would look through the evidence and say, oh, maybe it's their birthday. Maybe it's this. That's the kind of satisfaction. You only need one, and make it important to the case. Don't make it optional. And I think on a related note, these things about having these hints in the detective thing, this is another thing that I have sort of not mixed feelings about. This, I consider these sort of negatives. Like, there's nice scene of the crime. That should have been a nice big piece of paper, not a tiny thing. Okay, whatever. This is fine. But then occasionally we get something like this. Here's the list of ciphers. It's just a hint. It's just to tell you what those ciphers are. That's weird. I mean, it's just a little weird. And then here's the list of suspects. Like, I feel like we're getting information here we'd rather not be given. Again, a little hint made to suggest to us what it could be. And then this was actually kind of cool. It took us a while to figure out what that meant. But then this, like, we don't need this. We don't need this hint. I think hints should be hints. Hints should be optional hints on a web page. Don't give it away to people who don't need the hints. Noah said, actually, I kind of like the ciphers. The Morse code and binary were troubled, though. Stacy says, I play puzzle games with ciphers. I love them, but in this game, they were not required or needed. Yeah, so maybe that's, I'm not saying don't put ciphers, but I'm saying if you put them, make them a satisfying experience, not an unfun internet type in answer. Jonathan says, pro included handwriting element, which was very cool, and it provided a reason for the photos, which I had forgotten. This is a great point by Jonathan. It's not that uncommon for these kinds of games and other games to have a handwriting analysis section where you're trying to figure out what handwriting went to who. And in this case, we actually did have a cool thing where we had to think outside the box. Like, it kind of looks like this guy's. Most of the people it doesn't look like, but then we were pretty sure of our suspect. And then, so them. He's a cop. Does he know to disguise his handwriting? And we could look at his handwriting. It was very printed very carefully. So this made sense to us. That was a nice thinking outside the box. The worst case of those kinds of things are when they're both done with the computer font and you just say, yes, this exactly matches this. That tells us who did it. That's what you don't want. That's what you worry about with these games. This game was much more subtle and nice and satisfying. Noah says, getting back to the ciphers, which was my gut feeling, which if we had done those busy work ciphers in the beginning, we would have had revealed to us big pieces of the case that we didn't want revealed. That's a very subtle thing to worry about as a designer, but I do think it's important to us and is worth thinking about. You do not want to make a case too easy for the people who want the full experience of the hard, more difficult experience. And it's hard to do that. It's hard to get the balance of difficulty right. But one way you could do that is by communicating in some way to players what information is going to be more of a hint, or putting explicit hints on the website. That would be better for me. I think if you wanted to tell people about what the ciphers were, you could put those on the website. If you wanted to tell people about stuff that they might have missed, don't put a picture of rat poison here in the first document you would see. Put that in a hint online. Okay, another chat comment says, and it says, the coded message were basically hints. You could use them like that. Yes, if you knew they were hints, if the game said to you, here are some internet ciphers you could search on the internet if you want hints, that would be more reasonable to me. John says, I think it's been mentioned before. I would say this might leave those who really want to be lost or confused about how some facts add up. Jesse hunched onto the killer pretty early. I did, but proving it and doing all that stuff was satisfying, and the game tells you in the beginning, before you decide who to arrest, you better be sure. So I'm sort of okay. I think it's very hard to make a game where some people aren't going to guess the suspect right in the beginning. If you watch a movie, you guess who it is. 20% of the people watching are going to be right about their guess. Jonathan says, I could see some group laying down some hunches, and then after they start, they're confirmed. Yeah, but it was still satisfying to find that cop. We had this interesting discussion with Stacy about the psychology. Stacy was like, a cop wouldn't kill someone. He's got the money. That was another wonderful, subtle moment when we were looking at bank records, and then I was like, wait a minute. This is a $100,000 account. This is not a cop's salary. Maybe it's the restaurateur. And right as I was saying that, I realized it, and the chat realized it. If he's a corrupt cop, then he's got 100,000 in his bank. That all clicked. Boy, that is what you want. Those moments where things start clicking in place when they make sense. That was another example of that. There were a lot of that in this game. Noah says, as far as internet and apps go, are you familiar with the Unlock series? They use apps all the time. It is more elaborate in their use, far shorter than these detective cases. Yeah, the Unlock system uses apps, and Unlocked is timed, I believe. Dexscape, I can't remember if Dexscape has an app too. The best use of an app in a detective game is Chronicles of Crime. And that really does a good job of using the app, but that's a whole different thing. And Catherine is signing off, and it's her birthday, so she'll catch up with these thoughts later. Well, we're talking endlessly, but I'm glad you could come by. I'm especially glad that we were so positive and had such a great experience with the game, because it would have been worse if on your birthday we had bad things to say. But we've got some criticisms. All right, but thanks for stopping by. Noah says, come to think of it, having a rule book with puzzles and ciphers making you work for the hints is an interesting idea. I think Noah has a good idea. What if you said in the game, hey, here are some hints if you need help. If you need help, here are some ciphers found on the scene. and you can work a little bit to get at them. I think that would have worked. That would have solved most of my problems. Then you're basically saying, hey, you're going to have to do some work for this, but it's a hint, so you don't have to if you don't want to, and only do it when you need it. I think that would be a good solution, actually. I like that idea, Noah. Any other thoughts about the game from the channel? I had a blast with this one. I really enjoyed it. I worry that a game that's so heavily dependent on all these physical documents and arranging them and the satisfaction of sorting them and organizing them, I worry about that coming across. You guys have some special... Jonathan and Anna, who play these games with me a lot without use of the documents, must have some special way of their brains work that they can relate to these cases without the physical stuff in front of them. I think I would have a very hard time playing these games without being able to hold on to and sort and organize stuff. But it's a different kind of challenge. Jonathan Warner says, nitpick, maybe a few clues by the end were overdetermined, mainly that Ramsey and the poison, we didn't really need the handwriting when you already have pest control and Facebook comment about the donuts. I think that's true. I think you could find in this game a bunch of elements that are making the difficulty easier. Yeah, I think Ramsey was overdetermined. Like, we were told about, I guess we only had the one clue about the donuts, his Facebook, but yeah, a bunch of stuff with the rat poison. We can see that he bought it from his bank account, and someone else mentioned that we're meeting up after work. There were a couple of times that we would have figured it out without the Lily being so gilded in terms of duplicate information. But not too terrible, not unreasonable, and mostly we were ahead of it. It's always more satisfying when you sort of guess it, and then if you get some more confirmation later, you're just like, that confirms it. It's worse when you're sort of provided the redundant information all at once, and then you're like, oh, it's super obvious that this is this person. Whereas in this case, it dribbled out the clues, and so we had latched on to the right interpretation before we got the redundant clues. So we got the satisfaction of figuring that out. All of my favorite moments have to do with the cop, I think. All of the subtle things, like the Facebook things about complaining about the cop being outside, the fact that the cop's bank account had more than it should, the little subtlety about the police report noting he was a cop, the fact that his handwriting is so weird, so precise, like trying to disguise it. There are a bunch of things with that cop. Though the fact that he was involved in the burglaries and made a purchase at the store he was casing. Yeah, pretty nice. All right, final thoughts? So there's a case 3 in this series that we should probably play. Noah says, I mentioned before the post-mortem series. Are you familiar with the other products from their company? This is the Mysterious Package Company. It's all really premium, impressive stuff. I'm familiar with their catalog. It's mostly very expensive premium props like cast statues and physical stuff and puzzles. And then their Kickstarter for the new pop-up mystery thing. That's not really my area. Those aren't really the games that I enjoy the most. Like, the props are the least interesting parts of these kinds of games for me. If you were playing at a party, I could see that being a much more fun element. But since they don't really do it for me, I tend to ignore them, and I don't like the subscription-based thing, and I'm a little bit cheap when it comes to spending money on those things. So the idea of spending $100 for a statue, I live in a condo, I don't have that much space, so I don't want more statues. I don't want more things to put a statue of Cthulhu on the wall. I don't have a place for it. So those are less appealing to me. And in general, the puzzles are not as appealing to me, although I do like some puzzle games, but they also don't work well as a collaborative thing to do. So I don't spend that much time. But I am interested in the new Postmortem London Gothic game, which we know is going to be similar to the Postmortem LA case. So I can't wait to play that one. And we will play that one on the channel when it comes out. And it's talking about the difficulty level, how hard it is to balance difficulty if you don't put if you don't have no redundancy, then it's too easy for someone to miss something important. So you kind of have to have some redundancy with these puzzles. We'll probably play the third case in this series next week at some point. We've got play-by-mail session probably tomorrow. I'll schedule it that after I wake up. So that'll be a little bit last minute. We'll probably play case 3, which is the last case I have in this series. But you know that Catherine Thompson has announced that their case 4 is ready. It's available to purchase on the UK website and should be on Amazon US soon, I hope. So we'll buy that and play that as soon as it comes out. And then when we play all 4, I'll do a little spoiler-free review of the series. Stacy is asking, will you do it on the weekend? I don't know when we'll do it next. I know that we'll play the play-by-mail sessions tomorrow at some point, I believe, and then we'll have to decide when to play the next case 3 of Cold Case Investigation Unit. If you've played with us today, Stacy, Noah, Anna, Matt, if you're interested in playing Case 3, go visit the Board Game Guild section for Co-op for Two. You can find a link on the YouTube community tab. In that little forum section on Board Game Geek for this channel, we plan out what games we're going to play when. There's a game queue thread, and let me know what days work for you. There's no, I'll try to, my schedule is pretty flexible. Jonathan has been, it's sort of done in order of seniority. So Jonathan has been playing these games with me longer than anyone. So he has sort of first dibs on vetoing times. But after that, then Anna, and then we work our way down. But let me know what time, if you want to play a game like Case 3, I will try my best to schedule out a time when we can all play it. I'm fine playing it on next weekend. And it says, great teamwork, lots of people today. Thanks, everyone. See you next week. Okay, I agree. It was real teamwork this time and very enjoyable for me. I'll see some of you tomorrow and the rest of you maybe next week when we play Case 3. I don't think, this probably is the high bar, but I'm still curious to see what Case 3 looks like. All right, anything else? Stay tuned for my video demonstrating my new OBS plugin, which I've designed for cases like this, more specifically for the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective type cases. Hopefully we'll get a chance to try that out in a stream soon. It was fun having some new people here too, as well as Jonathan and Anna, my old partners on the squad. And it feels like we're getting to be a well-oiled machine here. We're making quick work of some of these cases. All right. So, Jonathan, Stacy, Anna, great to have you here. All right, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow, some of you, next week for the rest of you.